dead serious about you. A haunted bed and breakfast romantic comedy about ghosts, grief, and second chances you'll feel in your bones. By Wynn Valentine. Copyright 2025 by Wynn Valentine. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Wynn Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers and the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Piper. The maple trees had gone absolutely insane with color. Piper gripped the steering wheel of her beat-up Honda Civic, navigating another hairpin turn on the narrow Vermont road while autumn exploded around her in a riot of orange, crimson, and gold. The GPS cheerfully announced she'd arrive at the Moonridge Inn in 7 minutes, which gave her just enough time to run through her opening lines one more time. "Welcome back to Debunked," she said to the empty car, using her camera voice. Warm but authoritative, friendly but no nonsense. "I'm Piper Reeves, and this week I'm investigating one of New England's most notorious haunted locations, the Moonridge Inn. Built in 1872, this Victorian bed and breakfast has a reputation for unexplained phenomena, mysterious cold spots, and—" Her phone buzzed in the cup holder. Again, she glanced at the screen. Marcus, her sponsor. That made 4 texts in the last hour, each one increasingly capitalized. Need content by November 1st. Halloween special equals double traffic. Where are we on this? And the most recent. Piper. Call me. We need to discuss renewal. She turned the phone face down with perhaps more force than necessary. The word renewal sat in her stomach like a stone. Her sponsorship contract ended November 15th, and Marcus had been making noises about engagement metrics and audience retention that suggested he wasn't thrilled with her recent numbers. Hence this trip. The Moonridge Inn's Halloween haunting had been on her list for 2 years, but she'd saved it specifically for now. Peak fall foliage, spooky season momentum, the perfect storm for viral content. She needed this episode to perform. Needed it badly enough that she'd driven 6 hours on 3 hours of sleep, her camera equipment rattling in the back seat like desperate bones. The trees opened up, and suddenly there it was. The Moonridge Inn rose 3 stories against the mountain backdrop, a Victorian wedding cake painted deep blue-gray with pristine white trim. The wraparound porch hosted a battalion of carved jack-o'-lanterns, their grins flickering in the late afternoon light. Sugar maples flanked the property like sentinels, their leaves drifting down in lazy spirals that looked criminally photogenic. Piper pulled into the gravel parking area and cut the engine. She sat for a moment, taking in the scene with a professional eye. The place was almost aggressively charming, the kind of establishment that probably served pumpkin scones at breakfast and had a signature mulled cider recipe, the kind that absolutely knew its haunted reputation was good for business. Another fake haunting, she muttered to her camera bag as she hauled it from the back seat. Another paycheck. Let's get this over with. The words felt hollow even as she said them. When had this become routine? When had exposing frauds turned from a mission into a job she had to psych herself up for? She pushed the thought away and headed for the porch steps, her boots crunching on fallen leaves. The front door opened before she could knock. "You must be Piper." The woman who greeted her was somewhere in her late 60s, with silver hair in a practical bob and warm gray eyes that crinkled at the corners. She wore a flowing cardigan over comfortable slacks, multiple silver rings catching the light as she extended her hand. Wren Holloway. Welcome to the Moonridge Inn. Thanks for having me. Piper shook her hand, surprised by the firm grip. I know my reputation doesn't exactly scream enthusiastic customer. Wren's smile turned knowing. Oh, I'm well aware of your work, dear. I believe you called the Riverside Manor ghost an overactive furnace with delusions of grandeur in your last video. Heat crept up Piper's neck. The furnace was creating vibrations that made the chandelier swing. The owners were charging people $50 for ghost tours, and you gave them quite the write-up. Wren stepped back, gesturing for Piper to enter. I respect it, actually. There are far too many charlatans in this business, people taking advantage of grief and hope. The comment hit closer to home than Wren could know. Piper followed her into the entry hall, trying not to gape at the interior. Polished hardwood floors gleamed in the golden light from the original fixtures. A grand staircase curved upward, its banister worn smooth by decades of hands. The air smelled like cinnamon, old books, and something indefinably autumn. Wood smoke, maybe, or dried leaves. It felt like stepping into the platonic ideal of October. You're in the author's suite, Wren said, leading her up the stairs with surprising spryness. Second floor, east wing. Best view of the mountains, and the morning light is spectacular. Several writers have stayed there over the years. We had a poet laureate in 1994 who claimed the room gave her the most vivid dreams. Vivid dreams, Piper repeated, hefting her camera bag higher on her shoulder. Let me guess, she saw ghosts? She saw inspiration. Wren glanced back, one eyebrow raised. Though I suppose for a skeptic, there's no real difference. The observation was delivered gently, but it still made Piper feel oddly exposed, like Wren had looked past her professional persona and seen something underneath she usually kept hidden. She wanted to protest, to explain that she wasn't some closed-minded cynic, that she'd loved ghost stories as a kid, that she wanted to believe in something beyond the rational, but that would require admitting her grandmother's story, the fake medium, the lost savings, the reason Piper had built her entire career on protecting people from hope. Here we are. Wren opened a door at the end of the hallway, revealing a room that made Piper's breath catch despite herself. The author's suite wasn't large, but it was perfect. A four-poster bed with a faded quilt faced windows overlooking the mountain vista, the glass wavering slightly with age. An antique writing desk sat beneath those windows, positioned to catch the view. But what drew Piper's attention was the library nook, floor-to-ceiling built-in bookshelves, packed with leather-bound volumes, a worn armchair tucked into the corner beside a reading lamp. The library is actually through that door, Wren said, pointing to a connecting door Piper hadn't noticed. Guests in this suite have private access. Most of those books are first editions. Be careful with them, but feel free to browse. Piper set her camera bag down on the writing desk with exaggerated care, afraid her beaten-up equipment might offend the elegant furniture. This is really beautiful. It's my favorite room in the inn. Wren moved to the windows, adjusting the curtains with a practiced hand. The light's extraordinary in here. You'll see tomorrow morning. There was something in her tone, a certainty that Piper would definitely be here tomorrow morning. Most innkeepers whose properties Piper investigated had an air of defensive challenge about them, a barely concealed hope that she'd find nothing to debunk. Wren just seemed knowing, amused almost. I'll leave you to settle in, Wren said, heading for the door. Dinner's at 6 if you'd like to join the other guests, or I can bring a tray up. No pressure either way. Oh, and Piper? She paused in the doorway. Try to keep an open mind. The Moonridge has a way of surprising people. Then she was gone, leaving Piper alone in the golden afternoon light with the uncomfortable feeling that she'd just been issued a challenge she didn't fully understand. She shook it off and got to work. Equipment first, unpacking second. She'd just pulled out her laptop when a voice from the doorway made her jump. Wow, that's a lot of gear. Piper spun around. The man in the doorway was maybe 30, tall and lean with wavy dark blonde hair that fell over his forehead in a way that suggested he'd been running his hands through it. He wore high-waisted jeans and a burgundy sweater vest over a white button-down shirt, an outfit that would have looked absolutely ridiculous on anyone else but somehow worked on him, probably because of the warm blue eyes and the slightly crooked smile. He also looked like he'd just seen a ghost, which was ironic, given the circumstances. "You can see me," he blurted out. Piper blinked. Yes? I mean," he seemed to gather himself, running a hand through that already messy hair. "You're looking right at me." Most guests don't notice the staff much. We try to be unobtrusive. Hard to be unobtrusive standing in someone's doorway. Piper studied him, trying to place the odd reaction. Was this some kind of bit? Method acting for the haunted inn experience? Though, points for the vintage look. Very committed to the aesthetic. He glanced down at his outfit, as if he'd forgotten what he was wearing. "Oh, yeah, I'm really into vintage fashion. Sustainable, you know. Plus, everything was built better in the 80s. The 80s weren't exactly known for their fashion sense. Hey, sweater vests are coming back." He grinned, and the expression transformed his face from handsome to devastating. "Give it another year. I'm ahead of the curve." Despite herself, Piper smiled. "I'm Piper Reeves. I know. I mean, Wynn told me you'd be staying with us. I'm Fletcher, Ashworth Wren's nephew." He stepped into the room with a curious hesitance, as if testing whether the floor would hold him. "I help out around the inn. Handyman stuff, guest services, whatever needs doing." Does whatever needs doing include participating in the haunting? The question came out sharper than she'd intended, and Fletcher's expression shuddered for a moment before the easy smile returned. "Wren doesn't do fake hauntings," he said quietly. "What people experience here is real, just not always what they expect." It was a strange answer, carefully worded. Piper filed it away for later analysis and gestured at the writing desk. "I need to move some of this furniture around for my camera setup. The desk should probably go against that wall if you want the best angle on the door and windows." Fletcher moved forward without waiting for confirmation, lifting one end of the desk with surprising ease. "I've seen a lot of paranormal investigators come through here. You all set up basically the same way." They maneuvered the desk into position, Fletcher's movements practiced and efficient. He clearly knew this room intimately, knew exactly how much clearance the desk needed, where it would sit most stably, how to angle it to avoid the uneven floorboard near the bathroom door. "You must get a lot of investigators," Piper said, slightly breathless from the effort. "More than you'd think. Though you're the first one with a YouTube channel this popular." He paused, then added with a self-deprecating laugh, "I may have watched some of your videos. Research, you know, to see what we were in for. And I think you're going to have a more interesting week than you expect." There was something underneath the words. Not quite challenge, not quite invitation. Piper studied his face, looking for signs of the usual tells. True believers had a specific energy about them, a defensive intensity when their beliefs were questioned. Con artists were smooth, rehearsed, just slightly too helpful. Fletcher seemed neither. He just looked hopeful, almost desperately so. "Your aunt said the same thing," Piper said. "Is that the Moonridge Inn official position? You'll be surprised?" "It's the truth." Fletcher moved to examine her camera equipment, his hands hovering over the gear without quite touching it. "This is really professional stuff. How long have you been doing this?" 4 years on YouTube, 6 years total. She pulled out her night vision camera, beginning the familiar setup routine. Started as a blog, actually, debunking local haunted houses. Then I investigated a supposedly possessed doll that turned out to be a speaker hidden in the base, and the video went viral. The Riverside dollhouse case. That was wild. Fletcher's enthusiasm seemed genuine, his knowledge of her work detailed. You traced the wiring back to the previous owner's security system. He was using recordings of his mother's voice to scare away squatters. Piper looked up, surprised. You really did watch my videos. I had time to kill. He ducked his head, that crooked smile appearing again. Plus, you're funny. Educational and funny. That's rare. Lee. The compliment settled warmly in her chest, and Piper firmly told herself it was just nice to be appreciated for her work, nothing more. She definitely wasn't noticing the way the afternoon light caught the gold in Fletcher's hair, or how his eyes crinkled when he smiled, or, "Can I see?" Fletcher gestured at the camera. Piper handed it over, then watched curiously as he examined it with intense concentration, keeping it at arm's length and carefully avoiding looking at the LCD screen. "This is incredible technology," he said quietly. "The detail you can capture with this? When I was..." He caught himself. "When I was younger, cameras were massive things. Film, manual focus, the whole deal. This is like something out of science fiction." "You talk like you're 80 years old. Old soul." The response came quickly, too quickly. Fletcher handed back the camera with exaggerated care, his hands shaking slightly. "Sorry, I'm weirdly nervous around cameras." "Never photograph well." "You'd photograph great." The words escaped before Piper could stop them, and she felt heat creep up her neck. "I mean, good bone structure. Photographically speaking, you know. Professional observation." "Right. Photographically." Fletcher's smile turned knowing, and Piper wanted to sink through the floor. "Well, I should probably let you work. You've got that whole professional observation thing to do, ... He headed for the door, but paused in the doorway, lingering like he couldn't quite make himself leave. "What are you hoping to find?" With all this equipment, Piper surveyed her setup. EMF detectors, temperature sensors, motion-activated cameras, audio recorders. An arsenal built to capture evidence of the non-existent. "Nothing," she said honestly. "I'm hoping to find nothing. Old building settling, drafts from poor insulation, electrical interference from outdated wiring. Logical explanations for supposedly supernatural phenomena. And if you find something that doesn't have a logical explanation, there's always a logical explanation." Fletcher's expression turned troubled, almost sad. He opened his mouth as if to argue, then seemed to think better of it. "Well," he said finally, "I hope you find what you're looking for. Or don't find it, whichever makes you happy." He raised a hand in an awkward wave. "Good night, Piper." "Good night, Fletcher." He disappeared into the hallway, his footsteps silent on the hardwood floor. Piper stood alone in the golden light, surrounded by her equipment, trying to shake the odd feeling that she'd just disappointed him somehow. She turned on her main camera, framing herself against the window with the mountain vista behind her. "Welcome back to Debunked," she said to the lens, her voice steady and professional despite the strange flutter in her chest. "I'm Piper Reeves, and this week I'm at the Moonridge Inn in Vermont, investigating reports of supernatural activity dating back over a century. Over the next few days, I'll be using a combination of scientific equipment and good old-fashioned detective work to expose the truth behind this supposedly haunted location." She hit stop and immediately felt foolish. Felt like she was lying, though she couldn't say exactly what the lie was. The sun sank lower, painting the room in shades of amber and rose. Piper settled into the window seat with her laptop, pulling up her research files on the Moonridge Inn. The usual stuff: tragic deaths, unexplained phenomena, guests reporting seeing a young man in vintage clothing wandering the halls, a young man in vintage clothing. She glanced at the doorway where Fletcher had stood, remembering his sweater vest, his high-waisted jeans, the slight fade to his clothing that suggested either authentic vintage or really committed thrifting. Method actor, she muttered to herself. Has to be. But even as she said it, she remembered the way he'd looked at her. The shock in his voice when he'd said, "You can see me." The desperate hope in his eyes when he'd asked what she was looking for. Piper opened a new document and started typing her observations, determined to approach this investigation with her usual professional detachment. Determined to ignore the fact that, for the first time in years, she wasn't entirely sure she wanted to debunk anything at all. Outside, the last light faded from the mountains, and the Moonridge Inn settled into darkness with a comfortable sigh. Somewhere in the building, a floor creaked. The wind picked up, rattling the old windows. Piper's equipment hummed to life, ready to capture nothing more than the ordinary sounds of an old building at night. She told herself she believed that. She almost did.
Chapter 2. Fletcher. Fletcher stood in the hallway, his back pressed against the wall, or rather, his back occupying the same space as the wall, and felt his entire being shake like leaves in a storm. She'd seen him. Piper Reeves, with her skeptical hazel eyes and quick wit, and the way she pushed her glasses up her nose when she was thinking, had looked directly at him, had spoken to him, had blushed when she said he'd photograph well. 37 years, 13,514 days of being invisible, intangible, less substantial than smoke. And she'd seen him. Fletcher's hand came up to touch his chest, feeling for the heartbeat that hadn't existed since October 31st, 1987. The motion was habit, muscle memory from a life he'd lost when Reagan was still president and people still used cassette tapes. His hand passed through his burgundy sweater vest, the one he'd been wearing that night, the one he'd worn every day since, because it was the only thing he had left. He tried to breathe, though he had no lungs, tried to calm down, though he had no heart to race. "She can see me," he whispered to the empty hallway. "She can hear me." His voice echoed strangely, the way it always did, half sound, half memory, like an old recording played through water. But Piper had heard it, had responded, had smiled. Fletcher pushed away from the wall and walked down the corridor, his feet making no sound on the hardwood floor because they weren't quite touching it. He knew these hallways better than anyone, better than Wynn, who'd owned the inn for 15 years, better than the guests who came and went like seasons. He'd walked them every night for nearly 4 decades, counting the floorboards, memorizing the creaks, watching the wallpaper change from Victorian roses to tasteful stripes, to the current warm cream. He reached the third door on the left and stopped. The brass number read 7, but he still thought of it as his room, the author's suite, they called it now, named for the romance novelist who'd stayed here in the 90s and written a bestseller about the inn's charm. She'd never known she was sharing the space with a ghost who'd died right there by the window. Fletcher didn't bother with the door. He stepped through it, feeling the brief resistance and then the strange sideways slip of passing through solid matter. It never got less disorienting. The room looked different than it had in his time. The single bed where he'd slept was gone, replaced by a queen with an ornate headboard. The posters of The Cure and U2 had been covered over with tasteful landscape paintings. His sister's photo, the one he'd kept on the nightstand, existed now only in his memory. Catherine. She'd be 71 if she were still alive, had been 71 when she'd died 3 years ago. He'd stood by her hospital bed, held her hand that couldn't feel his touch, whispered that he loved her while she stared through him at the ceiling. She'd died thinking her little brother had left without saying goodbye. The grief hit him like it always did, sharp and sudden. He sank onto the bed, through the bed, his incorporeal form settling into the mattress springs. With effort, he concentrated, pulling his energy together until he could feel the resistance of the comforter beneath him. It was exhausting, maintaining any kind of physical presence, but it was the only thing that made him feel real. Fletcher stood and began to pace, his form flickering between solid and transparent as his emotions surged. 5 steps to the window, turn. 5 steps to the door, turn. The pattern he'd walked 1,000 times. "She can see me," he said again, needing to hear it. "She can hear me." But for how long? The question crashed through him, bringing with it a cascade of fears he'd been too shocked to consider in Piper's presence. What happened when she pointed her cameras at him? What happened when she tried to photograph him? When she noticed he cast no shadow, no reflection? When she realized he never ate? Fletcher stopped pacing, his hands coming up to rake through his hair. The motion sent a strange tingle through his scalp. Not quite sensation, more like the memory of sensation. His neurons firing out of habit, despite being long dead. He thought of all the years he'd spent trying to communicate. The grieving widow who'd come after her husband's death, desperate to hear from beyond the grave. Fletcher had tried so hard to reach her, to let her know he understood, to offer comfort. He'd managed to move a book from the shelf, her husband's favorite, and she'd fled screaming, thinking the inn was malevolent. The college students who'd come with their Ouija board and recorders, hoping to capture proof of the paranormal. He'd shouted himself hoarse answering their questions, and all they'd recorded was static and electromagnetic interference. The little girl, maybe 7 years old, who'd looked right at him one Christmas Eve. He'd waved, smiled, said hello. Her eyes had passed through him like he was fog. She'd asked her mother why there was a cold spot by the stairs. But Piper had seen him, had looked into his eyes, had blushed. The memory of her blush sent something warm through his chest, or the space where his chest used to be. When was the last time someone had looked at him like that? Really looked at him, seeing him as a man and not a ghost or a hallucination or a cold spot. The memory surfaced unbidden, the way it sometimes did. The taste of the cheap beer someone had brought. The bass thumping through the floor from the stereo in the common room. His sister Catherine dancing with her boyfriend, her laugh bright as bells. Fletcher on the landing, adjusting his sweater vest, this sweater vest, and feeling good, feeling alive, feeling like maybe things were finally coming together. The loose carpet runner, his boot catching, the weightless instant before gravity took over. Then the stairs, each one a thunderclap against his ribs, his shoulder, his head. The final step, hitting with a crack he'd felt more than heard. Floating. Looking down. Seeing his own body twisted at an angle bodies weren't meant to twist. Blood pooling beneath his head. His eyes open and empty. Screaming. Being unable to make a sound. Watching them find him. Watching them cry. Catherine's wail of anguish. Being unable to hold her. The funeral. Standing beside his own casket. Reaching out to touch his mother's shoulder and feeling his hand pass through her like mist. The slow, creeping understanding that this was permanent. Fletcher opened his eyes. When had he closed them? And found himself standing at the window, looking out at the mountains. The same view he'd looked at for 37 years. Beautiful and terrible in its unchanging nature. He couldn't go back to that. Couldn't return to the silence, the isolation, the screaming into the void. Not now that he'd tasted connection again, which meant he had to hide what he was. The realization settled over him like a weight, heavy with implications and necessary deceptions. Piper was here to debunk hauntings, to prove the supernatural didn't exist. She couldn't know that she was having long conversations with the inn's actual ghost. Fletcher turned from the window and assessed his situation with the methodical planning he'd developed over decades of boredom. What were the challenges? What could give him away? Cameras. He didn't show up on film, or video, or digital sensors, or whatever technology Piper's equipment used. He'd tested it years ago when a family had left a camcorder running. Hours of footage. And in every frame where he stood, there was only empty space. Mirrors. Same problem. No reflection, no shadow. The laws of physics had no hold on something that technically didn't exist. Physical presence. This was trickier. He could manifest, make himself solid enough to lean against walls or sit on furniture, but it took concentration. And if he got distracted or emotional, he flickered like a bad connection. Food. Sleep. all the biological necessities of being human. He didn't need them, hadn't needed them since 1987. How was he supposed to explain never eating breakfast, never being tired? Fletcher paced again, his mind working through scenarios. He could claim he'd already eaten. Wren would back him up if he asked, he was fairly sure. She knew what he was. She was the only one who did. The only person in 37 years who'd been able to see and hear him consistently. Some people could, he'd learned. The truly open-minded, the spiritually sensitive. Children, sometimes. But it was rare, and even then the connection was usually weak, fleeting. Piper's ability to see him was different, complete, total. Like she was tuned to his exact frequency. He needed to avoid mirrors, avoid photographs. That wouldn't be too hard. He'd spent decades being camera-shy anyway. And if he claimed he'd already eaten, Piper would likely just accept it. People rarely questioned those kinds of social niceties. The physical presence was the real problem. He'd need to stay solid, stay focused, stay convincing. Fletcher moved to the bookshelf, the one piece of furniture that had remained constant through all the room's transformations. He focused his energy, gathering it like pulling in a breath, and reached out. His hand contacted the spine of a leather-bound volume. For a moment, it felt real, solid, as tangible as it had been when he was alive. He pulled, and the book slid free. The effort sent a wave of exhaustion through him, the closest thing to fatigue he experienced anymore. But he'd done it. Solid contact, purposeful movement. He could do this. He could maintain the illusion. Fletcher set the book on the nightstand and moved to the window latch. Another focus of energy, another moment of concentration. The old brass mechanism rattled, then clicked open. Cold October air rushed in, carrying the scent of pine and wood smoke. He breathed it in, or pretended to, felt the cold, or remembered what cold felt like. It was all pretend now, all performance, all desperate grasping at the sensations of a life he'd lost. But if pretending meant Piper would keep seeing him, keep talking to him, keep blushing when she said he had good bone structure, he'd pretend forever. Fletcher closed the window and moved through the wall, entering the hallway and then drifting toward the library. He could feel her there, her presence, warm and bright, like a candle in the darkness. It was strange, having someone else to sense besides Wren. His world had been so small for so long. He stopped just outside the library, positioning himself where he could see through the wall. It was a trick he'd perfected over the years, not quite passing through, just existing partially in both spaces, like standing in a doorway between rooms. Piper sat cross-legged on the window seat, her laptop balanced on her knees, her face illuminated by the blue glow of the screen. She'd taken off her glasses and was rubbing her eyes, a gesture so human and real it made something in his chest ache. Gathering baseline data, she was saying to herself, or maybe to the camera she'd positioned on the tripod. Temperature, electromagnetic fields, ambient sound levels, establishing what's normal for this environment before we can identify what's abnormal. Fletcher watched her work, memorizing everything. The way she tucked an escaped curl behind her ear, the unconscious humming she did while typing, some pop song he didn't recognize, something from an era he'd never lived to see. The slight furrow between her brows when she concentrated, the loneliness in her eyes when she thought no one was watching. He recognized it because he'd seen it in mirrors once, back when he could see his own reflection. That particular brand of isolation that came from being surrounded by people, but never truly known. Piper set down her laptop and stood, stretching her arms above her head. Her flannel shirt rode up, revealing a slice of brown skin, and Fletcher looked away quickly, feeling like a voyeur, even though she couldn't see him watching through the wall. "Logical explanations," she said to the empty room, walking to her equipment array. "That's all there ever is. Logical explanations." Fletcher's heart, the metaphorical one, the emotional one, the one that still existed even though the physical organ had stopped beating in 1987, broke a little. She was so certain, so absolutely convinced that the supernatural didn't exist, that ghosts were fiction, hauntings were fraud, that death was the end and nothing remained after. How was she going to react when she learned the truth? When she discovered that she'd been flirting with a dead man? That every conversation they'd had was predicated on a lie? She'd be devastated. Or worse, she'd think he'd been playing her for a fool, using her for her YouTube platform. Another fraud in a long line of frauds she'd exposed. Fletcher should tell her now. Should walk through that wall, manifest in front of her cameras, show her the evidence she was looking for. But then what? She'd finish her investigation, pack up her equipment, leave. And he'd be alone again, invisible again, forgotten again. He'd been alone for 37 years. Surely he could be selfish for just 1 week? "I'm sorry," he whispered to the wall, to Piper on the other side, to himself. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I can't lose this. I can't lose you. Not yet." Not when he'd just found her. Fletcher watched as Piper settled into her vigil, her cameras recording, her equipment humming, her confident voice explaining to her future viewers that there was nothing supernatural about old buildings settling. Her camera lens pointed at empty space, where he stood invisible, recording nothing but air and shadows. And Fletcher Ashworth, who had died at 31 and remained 31 for 37 years, who had screamed into the void and found only silence, who had given up hope of ever being seen again, made a decision that was both desperate and selfish, and entirely human. He would lie, he would pretend, he would hide his ghostly nature and play at being alive for as long as she would let him, because being with Piper, even under false pretenses, felt more real than anything he'd experienced since 1987. The clock in the hallway chimed midnight, each toll passing through Fletcher's insubstantial form like ripples in water. In the library, Piper looked up at the sound, smiled slightly, and made a note on her laptop. "Midnight," she said to her camera. "The witching hour, when, according to folklore, the veil between worlds is thinnest and ghosts walk among the living." Fletcher pressed his translucent hand against the wall, wishing he could push through, wishing he could tell her the truth. But fear was stronger than honesty, and loneliness was a powerful motivator. So he stayed in the shadows, watching and wanting, and committed himself to the most important performance of his afterlife. The performance of being human, for her.
Chapter 3. Piper. Dawn crept through the library windows like a shy guest, all pink gold light and apologetic warmth. Piper woke with her cheek pressed against the window seat cushion, her neck twisted at an angle that would require industrial-strength ibuprofen and possibly divine intervention to fix. Ow! She sat up slowly, wincing as her spine protested every vertebra of the way. Ow, ow, ow! Her laptop had died sometime in the night, the screen dark and lifeless. The camera on its tripod blinked steadily, still recording nothing because nothing was all these places ever had to offer. Her phone showed 6:47 a.m., which meant she'd managed maybe 4 hours of sleep in the world's least ergonomic position. Professional paranormal investigator, ladies and gentlemen. Living the dream. Piper plugged her laptop into the nearest outlet and waited for it to wheeze back to life, rolling her neck and trying to work out the knots. Through the window, Moonridge was waking up. Shopkeepers sweeping sidewalks, early risers walking dogs. The whole Norman Rockwell painting coming to life in real time. It was aggressively charming. Suspiciously charming. The kind of charming that made her wonder what they were hiding. The laptop chimed, and Piper pulled up last night's footage, settling in with the grim determination of someone who'd done this 100 times before. 8 hours of recording condensed into fast forward. Empty room. Shadows moving. Wind sounds. The occasional creak of old floorboards. Standard haunted house ambiance, all explainable by structural settling and air pressure changes. She was about to close the file when movement caught her eye. Piper stopped the playback, rewound, hit play at normal speed. There she was on screen, sitting in the armchair she'd chosen for optimal camera coverage. And there she was, talking. Animated conversation, her hands gesturing, her expression changing from amused to thoughtful to genuinely delighted. She was laughing at something, leaning forward the way she did when she was really engaged, talking to absolutely no one. The chair across from her, the chair where Fletcher had sat, where they talked about her channel and his love of old buildings, was empty. Completely, utterly empty. What the hell? Piper rewound again, watched herself chat with invisible company, watched her body language respond to someone who wasn't there. It looked like a conversation. It sounded like a conversation, her voice clear on the audio. That's actually really insightful. And you're kind of a nerd, aren't you? And I don't usually talk about this stuff with... With who? With the empty air? She checked the timestamp. 7:43 p.m., right when Fletcher had knocked on the doorframe and asked if she wanted company. She remembered every moment of that conversation. His questions about her work, his genuine interest, the way his eyes crinkled when he smiled. But on camera, she was alone. Piper pulled out her secondary camera, the one she'd positioned at a different angle for coverage. Same thing. Empty chair. One-sided conversation. Her looking like she was auditioning for a very low-budget student film about loneliness. Technical malfunction. She said it out loud, firm and certain, because the alternative was unthinkable. Camera glitch. Both cameras, same glitch. Simultaneously, her hands were shaking slightly as she opened her equipment diagnostics. The cameras were fine, memory cards fine, settings fine. Everything was absolutely, perfectly, maddeningly fine. She remembered reading about this, how some cameras could miss certain light frequencies, how technical errors could delete portions of footage, how... Stop it. Piper closed her laptop harder than necessary. There's a logical explanation. There's always a logical explanation. Fletcher had been there. Solid, real, wearing that burgundy sweater vest that should have looked ridiculous but somehow worked on him. She'd seen him, heard him, watched him fiddle with his coffee cup while they talked. Cameras malfunctioned all the time. It didn't mean anything. It didn't. By 9 a.m., Piper had packed fresh batteries, backup memory cards, and a tension headache that sat behind her eyes like a vengeful spirit. Her production journal now included a note in slightly unhinged handwriting. Equipment failure. Check all settings tonight. Possibly replace SD cards. Do not panic. The "do not panic" was underlined 3 times. She needed B-roll footage anyway. Downtown Moonridge would be perfect. Picturesque Main Street, local color, establishing shots for the debunking video. And if walking through town with her camera helped her stop thinking about impossible footage of impossible conversations, well, that was just efficient multitasking. The morning was impossibly perfect. The kind of autumn day that felt designed by a committee of poets and photographers. Maple trees lined Main Street, their leaves every shade of red and gold and orange, occasionally releasing a leaf that spiraled down like a lazy dancer. Every shop had pumpkins on the steps, cornstalks tied to lampposts, hand-painted signs advertising harvest specials and autumn treats. Piper filmed it all with the detached precision of someone documenting evidence. Pretty town, she'd narrate later. Perfect Halloween atmosphere. Excellent for business. Gives locals financial incentive to maintain ghost stories. A woman sweeping the sidewalk outside the bookshop at the end waved at her. An elderly man walking a corgi nodded hello. Everyone was friendly. Everyone was welcoming. Everyone was exactly what you'd expect from a small Vermont tourist town, trading on autumn charm and supernatural legends. Harvest Moon Coffee occupied a brick building on the corner of Main and Maple, its windows already fogged with the warmth of morning rush. Through the glass, Piper could see exposed brick walls, lined with local art, mismatched furniture that somehow worked together, and a chalkboard menu featuring drinks with names like Witch's Brew and Autumn Soul Latte. Aggressively charming. Definitely hiding something. The door chimed when she entered, an actual brass bell, because of course it was. And the smell hit her immediately. Fresh ground coffee, cinnamon, something baking that smelled like apples and butter and autumn distilled into pastry form. Piper got in line behind a woman ordering something that required 3 types of milk and a flavor shot that isn't too sweet but also not too subtle, and pulled out her phone to review her interview questions for local business owners. She needed quotes about the inn's reputation, preferably something she could use to show how economic incentives drove supernatural tourism. What can I get you? The barista was maybe 20, with purple hair and a name tag that read Mr. Sky. Oat milk latte, please. Regular size. Sure thing. Sky started steaming milk, then paused. You're the YouTuber staying at the inn, right? Piper Reeves. That's me. Piper tried for friendly professional. How did you... Small town. Word travels. Sky grinned. My roommate follows your channel. She's going to freak when I tell her you came in. You're here to investigate the ghosts? I'm here to investigate the claims about ghosts, Piper corrected carefully. There's usually a pretty significant difference. Right. Because ghosts aren't real. Sky said it without judgment, just stating what they assumed was Piper's position. I've never found evidence they are, but you keep looking. The observation was sharper than Piper expected from someone making coffee drinks with names like Pumpkin Spice of Life. She managed a neutral smile. It's my job to be thorough. Sky handed over her latte with a knowing look that Piper absolutely did not want to interpret. She paid, added a generous tip because the service industry was hell, and turned to find a table. Fletcher stood beside her, just appeared. One moment the space was empty, the next he was there, solid and real and smiling at her with that crooked grin that did unreasonable things to her cardiovascular system. Fancy meeting you here, he said. Piper's heart did something complicated. She told it firmly to stop. Fletcher. Hi. I didn't see you come in, she'd been about to say, but that was ridiculous. She'd been focused on her phone. People walked into coffee shops all the time without being noticed. Mind if I join you? He gestured toward a corner table by the window, the kind of spot that was probably claimed by regulars but currently sat empty. Unless you're working, I don't want to interrupt. No, She should say she was working. Should use this opportunity to interview him about the inn's history for the video. Should maintain professional boundaries and remember that she was here for a job, not to have coffee with attractive men who wore sweater vests unironically. I'd like the company, actually. His smile widened, something genuine and a little surprised, like he hadn't expected her to say yes. They claimed the corner table, and Piper found herself acutely aware of how he moved. Graceful but careful, like he was always conscious of the space he occupied. He set his coffee cup down gently, folded himself into the chair across from her with that same deliberate quality. She still couldn't remember seeing him order, or enter the shop, or dash. So, Fletcher said, pulling her attention back, what brings you downtown? Besides excellent coffee and shameless tourist appeal, point. B-roll footage. Piper gestured at her camera bag. Establishing shots of the town, local color, that kind of thing. Need to show viewers the full context of the investigation. Right. The debunking. Something flickered across his face. Not quite hurt, more complicated than that. Do you enjoy it? Exposing the frauds? I enjoy protecting people from being exploited. She wrapped her hands around her latte, the warmth seeping into her palms. There are people out there who prey on grief, on hope, on the human need to believe there's something beyond death. They take money from vulnerable people and give them nothing but lies. But what if it's not all lies? Fletcher's voice was quiet, careful. What if some people genuinely believe in what they're experiencing? Belief doesn't make something true. Piper had said this 1,000 times in 100 videos to countless commenters who insisted she was close-minded. Reality isn't democratic. We don't get to vote on what's real. No, Fletcher agreed slowly, but maybe reality is more complicated than we think. Maybe there are things that exist outside our current understanding. That's what every fraud says right before they try to sell you a haunted crystal or a ghost hunting app. But Piper's tone wasn't as sharp as usual. Fletcher wasn't arguing with her, wasn't getting defensive. He was just talking, thinking out loud. You sound like you've given this a lot of thought. I have. His coffee cup trembled slightly in his hands, a tiny movement she might have missed if she hadn't been watching him. I think a lot about what's real and what's not. What makes something, someone, matter. The conversation had taken an unexpectedly philosophical turn. Piper found herself leaning forward, genuinely curious. And what conclusion did you reach? I'm still working on it. Fletcher's smile was self-deprecating. But I think maybe we're real when we're known, truly known. Not the version we present to the world, but the messy, complicated truth of who we are. Something in Piper's chest tightened. She took a sip of her latte to avoid responding immediately, the oat milk smooth and perfectly steamed. That's a pretty vulnerable position to take, being truly known. Terrifying, Fletcher agreed. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the risk is what makes it matter. They sat in silence for a moment, the morning bustle of the coffee shop flowing around them like a river around stones. Through the window, the town square was filling with people. Tourists with cameras, locals with shopping bags. Everyone participating in the carefully maintained charm of Moonridge in autumn. Piper should be out there interviewing them. Should be gathering evidence, building her case, working toward her deadline. Instead, she was sitting here, feeling seen by a man she'd met yesterday, having philosophical discussions about the nature of reality and connection. Get it together, Reeves. So, she said, deliberately shifting to safer ground, you seem to know a lot about Moonridge. Tell me about the town's history, the real history, not the ghost story version. Fletcher's expression relaxed, clearly grateful for the change of subject. Where should I start? The founding in 1792? The railroad boom? The Great Fire of 1923? You really are a history nerd. I prefer enthusiast. He took a sip of his coffee. She still didn't remember him ordering it. Didn't remember seeing a cup in his hands before, but there it was, steam rising from the surface. The town was founded by 3 families who came up from Boston. The Whitcombs, the Ashworths, and the Changs. Unusual for the time, that level of integration. Ashworth? Piper's brain made the connection. Like the inn? Family connection. Yeah. Distant. Fletcher said it smoothly, but something in his posture shifted. The original Ashworth built the inn in 1823 as a stagecoach stop. It's been in operation ever since, different owners over the years, but always maintaining the original structure. He was good, detailed, precise, speaking with the kind of casual authority that came from genuine knowledge. But as he talked about the town's evolution, the railroad bringing tourists, the ski boom of the 60s, the recent pivot to autumn tourism, Piper noticed something odd. He spoke about historical events with the precision of someone who'd been there. Not read about them, not studied them, but witnessed them. Small details that wouldn't make it into history books. What the old railroad station smelled like. which shops used to occupy which buildings. The way the town changed its decorations from patriotic bunting to autumn leaves in the early 80s. You know an awful lot about local history, Piper observed, watching his face carefully. Like a suspicious amount. Are you secretly a professor? Historical Society member? Vampire who's been alive since 1792? She'd meant it as a joke. But Fletcher's coffee cup trembled again, more noticeably this time, and his laugh came out slightly strained. Nothing that exciting. I'm just a bit of a research nerd. Occupational hazard of helping run a historic inn. You pick things up, read old records, talk to locals. He set his cup down, fingers still wrapped around it like he needed something to hold on to. Plus, I've lived here my whole life. You absorb the stories. It made sense. Perfect sense. Completely logical explanation. So why did Piper's investigator instincts start pinging? Speaking of research, she said, pulling out her phone, I had the weirdest equipment problem last night. My footage looks glitchy, like really glitchy. People appearing and disappearing on camera. Fletcher went very still. Appearing and disappearing? Well, disappearing, technically. The footage from our conversation last night? She pulled up the file on her phone, turned it so he could see. See? I'm clearly talking to someone, but the camera just shows empty space. Both cameras, actually. Same problem. She watched his face as he looked at the screen. Watched the color drain from his already pale features. Watched his fingers tighten on his coffee cup until she worried the ceramic might crack. That's strange, he managed. Right? I've never had a malfunction like this. I mean, equipment fails, but both cameras missing the same thing? Piper shook her head, frustrated. I'm going to have to replace the memory cards tonight. Maybe try different settings. I can't afford to lose footage when I'm on a deadline. Maybe. Fletcher's voice came out rough. He cleared his throat, tried again. Maybe the inn has electromagnetic interference? Old wiring can mess with digital equipment. Maybe. Piper made a note on her phone. I'll test for that tonight. Thanks for the idea. Fletcher nodded, still pale, still gripping his coffee cup like a lifeline. Then he seemed to forcibly shake off whatever was bothering him, his expression smoothing into something curious and carefully interested. Tell me about your channel. How did you get into paranormal investigation? Paranormal debunking. You really want to know? Most people asked out of politeness, then glazed over when she actually explained. I really want to know. And the thing was, he sounded like he meant it. Sounded genuinely interested in her answer, in her work, in the story of how she'd gotten here. So Piper told him. Not the sanitized version she gave in interviews, but the real story. Her grandmother, the fake medium, the savings account drained for the promise of messages from Piper's dead parents. The betrayal that had shaped everything that came after. She died still believing that woman had really contacted them, Piper said quietly, staring into her latte. Still believing she'd heard my dad's voice, my mom's laugh. The medium had made recordings, spliced together from old voicemails and videos we'd given her for spiritual connection. Gran died believing it was real. I'm sorry. Fletcher's voice was soft, genuinely pained. I'm sorry. It made me angry. Piper looked up, met his eyes. The idea that someone could exploit grief like that, could take advantage of people who just wanted to believe their loved ones were still somehow present. So I started researching, learning how the tricks worked, exposing the frauds. And you built a career on it. I built a mission on it. She smiled without humor. The career was accidental. Turns out people like watching someone take down fake psychics and ghost hunters. The algorithm loves confrontation. Fletcher was quiet for a moment, his expression thoughtful. But you keep doing it. Even though it must be exhausting, constantly being the skeptic, the debunker, always being the one saying no when people want to believe yes. Someone has to. But Piper heard the weariness in her own voice. Someone has to protect people from being fooled, even if it means you can never let yourself be fooled. Never let yourself believe in something you can't prove. Fletcher's blue eyes were impossibly soft, impossibly understanding. That sounds lonely. It was. God, it was lonely. Standing apart, always watching, never allowing herself to just experience something without analyzing it, without looking for the wires and mirrors and careful misdirection. It's necessary, Piper said, but her voice lacked conviction. Maybe. Fletcher reached across the table like he was going to touch her hand, then seemed to think better of it, pulling back. But necessary doesn't mean it doesn't cost you something. How did he do that? How did he see straight through her carefully maintained professional persona to the exhausted, isolated person underneath? They'd known each other for barely 24 hours, but he looked at her like he understood, like he recognized something in her that reflected something in himself. You're kind of dangerous, Piper said without thinking. Fletcher's eyebrows rose. Me? I'm the least dangerous person you'll ever meet. That's what makes it dangerous. She was definitely flirting now, definitely crossing professional lines, definitely doing exactly what Quinn had warned her about. You make me want to let my guard down, Stott. Something complicated crossed Fletcher's face, pleasure and pain and something that looked almost like guilt. Would that be so bad? Letting your guard down, just for a little while? Yes, Piper's professional instinct screamed. Yes, it would be bad. You're here to work. You have a deadline. You have a sponsor who'll pull funding if you don't deliver. You can't afford distractions. I don't know, she said honestly. I've been guarded for so long, I'm not sure I remember how to be any other way. Maybe you could practice. Fletcher's smile was gentle, encouraging. Just small steps. Like having coffee with someone new. Talking about real things instead of just camera angles and debunking strategies. Is that what we're doing? Practicing vulnerability? I hope so. His voice was quiet, almost wistful. God, I hope so. They sat there in the morning light, the coffee shop buzzing with activity around them, the town square visible through the window in all its autumn glory. Piper felt the moment stretch, felt the pull of possibility and connection and all the things she'd taught herself not to want. Her phone buzzed. Quinn's name flashed on the screen. Reality. Returning right on schedule. Piper waited until she was walking back to the inn, the afternoon light slanting golden through the maple trees, before she called Quinn back. Tell me you're making progress, Quinn said, by way of greeting. Tell me you have footage of absolutely nothing supernatural, as expected, and you're on track for the Halloween deadline. I have footage of absolutely nothing supernatural, Piper confirmed, deliberately not mentioning the glitchy recordings or the impossible conversations with empty air. Town's perfect for B-roll. Very aggressively charming. Suspiciously charming? The most suspicious charm you've ever seen. Piper kicked a fallen leaf, watched it skitter across the sidewalk. Quinn, there's this guy here. Silence. Then, oh my God. Oh my God. Piper Reeves, workaholic extraordinaire, is admitting there's a guy? Don't make it a thing. Lie. It's already a thing. You made it a thing by telling me about it. Quinn's delight was audible even through the phone. Details, immediately, all of them. His name is Fletcher. He helps run the inn. How did she describe him? Sweet and funny felt inadequate. Impossibly understanding felt too revealing. He's interesting. He knows everything about local history. He listens when I talk, like really listens. And he asks thoughtful questions, and you like him. I don't have time to like him. I have a deadline. Piper. Quinn's voice softened. When was the last time you let yourself just enjoy someone's company? Without it being networking or research or professional obligation. Piper couldn't remember. Literally couldn't remember the last time she'd spent time with someone just because she wanted to, because their presence made her feel less alone. That's what I thought, Quinn said gently. So here's my professional advice as your best friend and camera operator. Investigate your haunted inn. Get your footage. Meet your deadline. But maybe, just maybe, let yourself have coffee with the cute local guy. Let yourself have 1 week of something that isn't work. I can't afford to get sidetracked right now. You can't afford not to have a life outside work, Quinn corrected. You're going to burn out, Pipe. You're already burning out. I can hear it in your voice. There's something about him, Piper admitted quietly. Something that doesn't quite add up. His clothes are weird, like vintage but too authentic. He knows too much about local history. And my equipment keeps malfunctioning around him, and you're investigating him like he's a suspect, instead of just enjoying the fact that a cute guy is interested in you. Quinn sighed. This is what I mean about burning out. You can't even have a normal crush without turning it into research. But it wasn't normal. That was the thing Piper couldn't explain, couldn't quite articulate even to Quinn. Fletcher wasn't normal. The way he appeared without her noticing, the way he vanished from her footage, the way he talked about historical events like he'd lived through them, none of it made sense. All of it scared her. Not because she thought he was dangerous, but because the only logical explanation, the one her rational, skeptical mind kept circling back to and then running away from, was impossible. I should go, Piper said, the inn coming into view through the trees. I need to set up for tonight's recording. Fresh equipment, new memory cards, actual working footage. Okay, but Piper? Quinn's voice was serious now. Be careful, yeah? Not because I think this guy is shady, but because I think you really like him. And you haven't let yourself really like anyone in a long time. That's scary in its own way. I know. Piper stopped at the edge of the inn's property, looking up at the Victorian building with its gingerbread trim and welcoming lights. I know. She ended the call and stood there for a moment, camera bag heavy on her shoulder, the autumn air crisp and perfect and slightly unreal. Inside that inn was Fletcher. Sweet, thoughtful, impossible Fletcher, who disappeared from her footage and appeared in coffee shops and looked at her like she was someone worth knowing. Inside that inn was her investigation, her deadline, her mission to protect people from believing in things that couldn't be real. Somewhere between those two truths was Piper herself, trying to figure out which one mattered more. Or maybe, the thought arrived unbidden, unwelcome, trying to figure out what to do when both truths pointed toward the same impossible conclusion. She shouldered her bag and headed inside, determined to find logical answers, even if part of her, the part that Fletcher had somehow reached, the part she'd kept locked away for years, was starting to hope she wouldn't find them.
Chapter 4. Fletcher had forgotten what it was like to sit across from someone at a table. Properly sit, not hover near an empty chair or stand in doorways watching families share meals he could never join. The dining room's warm lighting caught the copper tones in Piper's hair as she lifted her spoon, and he found himself mesmerized by something so ordinary It ached. "This is incredible," Piper said. Another spoonful of Wren's butternut squash soup disappearing. "Like, legitimately the best soup I've ever had. How does she get it so creamy?" Fletcher pushed a piece of lettuce around his plate, the fork solid in his hand, but the food meaningless. "Trade secret. She won't even tell me." The lie came easily now, too easily. "I already ate in the kitchen earlier, couldn't wait. But Wren insisted I sit with you anyway. She's big on communal dining." Smart woman. Piper tore off a piece of homemade bread, steam rising as she split it open. "Eating alone gets old fast. I do it too much when I'm traveling for videos." He wanted to tell her he understood, that he'd watched 37 years of dinners he couldn't taste, Thanksgivings he couldn't share, birthday cakes he couldn't blow out. Instead, he said, "That must be lonely." "Sometimes." She shrugged, but something flickered in her expression. "Mostly, I'm too busy to notice. There's always another investigation, another deadline, another fraud to expose." "But when you do notice?" Piper met his eyes, and for a moment, the confident YouTuber facade cracked just enough for him to see through. "Then I eat really good soup and try not to think about it." Fletcher's chest tightened with an emotion his non-beating heart shouldn't be able to produce. He recognized that deflection, that practiced way of skating around pain. He'd perfected it himself over decades of talking to people who couldn't hear him, pretending the one-sided conversations were enough. "My grandmother used to make soup," Piper continued, gesturing with her spoon in a way that made Fletcher smile. "Not as good as this, but close. She'd make this huge pot every Sunday, enough for the whole week. Said it was economical, but really, I think she just liked the ritual of it, the chopping and stirring and tasting. She'd let me help, even when I was tiny, and mostly just made a mess." The way Piper's whole face softened when she talked about her grandmother did something to Fletcher. He leaned forward unconsciously, soaking up every detail, the slight curve of her lips, the distant fondness in her eyes, the unconscious way she tucked an escaped curl behind her ear. He was memorizing her. He realized it with a start. Every gesture, every expression, every small detail he was cataloging like precious artifacts. Because she could see him. Because she was real and here and talking to him like he mattered. Because eventually she'd leave. And these memories would be all he had. "She sounds wonderful," Fletcher said quietly. She was. Piper's smile turned bittersweet. "She raised me after my parents died. Car accident when I was 8. She was all I had." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's been 20 years. I've made peace with it." She broke off another piece of bread, not eating it, just crumbling it between her fingers. The worst part was after she died, going through her things and finding all these receipts. She'd been paying this medium, this absolute fraud, hundreds of dollars to contact my parents. The woman had fed her all these generic messages, taken advantage of her grief. That's why I do what I do. Nobody should profit from that kind of pain. Fletcher felt the weight of her mission settle over the table between them. Here she was, dedicated to exposing frauds, protecting people from false hope. And here he was, the real thing she'd never believe in, lying to her face to preserve the only connection he'd had in almost 4 decades. "That's a good reason," he managed, "to want to protect people." "Yeah, well." Piper finally looked up, and the vulnerability in her expression nearly undid him. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm protecting them or just protecting myself. If I'm so busy proving things aren't real that I've forgotten how to believe in anything." The confession hung in the air between them, unexpected and achingly honest. Fletcher wanted to reach across the table, to take her hand and tell her he understood, that he'd spent years desperate to be believed in, to be seen, to matter to someone. "Belief is complicated," he said instead, "especially when you've been hurt." Spoken like someone who gets it. "I do. More than she could possibly know. I grew up here, you know, in Moonridge. Watched the town change, saw people come and go. There's something about staying in one place while the world moves around you. It gives you perspective. Piper tilted her head, studying him with that sharp intelligence he both loved and feared. You talk about it like you've lived here forever.
Feels like it sometimes.
Fletcher attempted a casual laugh. Small town life, you know? Same streets, same faces. Like time moves differently here.
I noticed that. Everyone's so rooted.
The woman at Harvest Moon knew your coffee order before you said anything. The bookstore owner asked about your usual reading material. You're very established for someone who... She paused, fork hovering over her plate. How old did you say you were? Top. She hadn't asked his age. He'd carefully avoided mentioning it. Fletcher's mind raced, calculating what would be believable. 31. Huh. You seem both younger and older than that somehow. Like you've got this old soul energy, but also this, I don't know, enthusiasm about things that feels younger. I contain multitudes, Fletcher said, aiming for playful but hearing the hollowness in his own words. He was 31, would always be 31, had been 31 for 37 years. Apparently, Piper grinned. Like your very specific taste in retro music. I mean, who has that many opinions about the original MTV lineup? Panic flickered through him. He'd slipped earlier, waxing nostalgic about music videos when they'd been fresh and revolutionary, when MTV actually played music instead of reality shows, when he'd been alive to watch them. My uncle, Fletcher said, the lie forming quickly. He had this huge collection of vinyl, all these records from the 70s and 80s. I basically grew up in his living room, listening to his old albums, and watching his recorded VHS tapes of MTV. He was obsessed with preserving it all, said music videos were art and somebody needed to remember when they actually mattered. It wasn't entirely a lie. His sister's husband had been like that. But Fletcher was the one who'd lived it, who'd rushed home from work to catch new video premieres, who'd argued with friends about whether Duran Duran or The Cure had better visuals. That's actually kind of sweet, Piper said, preserving that history. Though it explains why you reference bands like you personally knew them. Earlier, you said something about missing when In Excess was everywhere, with this look on your face like you'd lost a friend. Because he had. Because he'd been at a bar when Need You Tonight first played on the jukebox. Because he died 2 weeks after Kick came out and never got to hear the rest of the album. Because In Excess had been part of the soundtrack to his last autumn alive. Music does that, Fletcher said carefully. Makes you feel connected to moments you weren't part of. My uncle's nostalgia became my nostalgia, I guess. Piper nodded slowly, but her expression said she wasn't entirely convinced. She was too smart, too observant. Every conversation was a minefield of potential exposure. What about you? Fletcher asked, desperate to shift focus. Any family traditions? Besides haunted inn investigations, obviously. The question had been meant as deflection, but Piper's face fell slightly. Not anymore. Halloween was always our thing, mine and my grandmother's. She'd make caramel apples. We'd watch scary movies. She'd tell me stories about growing up in Ireland and all their Samhain traditions. After she died, I sort of stopped. Now Halloween is just another work deadline. Fletcher's throat tightened. So, you'll be alone this year? I'm always alone on Halloween now. Ever since... She stopped, pressing her lips together. Yeah, I'll be alone. Probably reviewing footage while eating grocery store candy corn. The image was so desolate, so achingly similar to his own existence, that Fletcher nearly broke, nearly told her everything. That he'd been alone for 37 Halloweens, that he'd watched the holiday transform from his favorite celebration to a yearly reminder of his death, that he understood isolation in ways she couldn't imagine. The words almost came out. I've been alone for 37 Halloweens. I died on Halloween. I know exactly what that emptiness feels like. He caught himself just in time. I've been thinking, he said instead, the course correction awkward, that Halloween's better with someone, even if that someone is a comparative stranger in a supposedly haunted inn. Piper's smile was small but genuine. Is that an invitation? Maybe. If you're interested in company between ghost hunts.com, I might be. She tucked another curl behind her ear, and Fletcher committed the gesture to memory. Fair warning, though, I'm going to spend most of the night trying to capture evidence that this place is actually haunted. The irony would have been funny if it didn't hurt so much. I'll try not to get in the way of your investigation. You're not in the way. Actually, it's nice having someone to talk to. Usually it's just me and Quinn on the phone, and she's back in Seattle, dealing with her own life. This is different. Good different. Yeah. Fletcher's voice came out rougher than intended. Good different. Their eyes met across the table, and for a moment, everything else fell away. The lies, the impossibility, the approaching deadline. None of it mattered against the simple truth of this connection. She saw him. She talked to him. She was here, real and warm and alive. And he was the closest to alive he'd felt in decades. Fletcher reached across the table instinctively, wanting to bridge the distance, to take her hand and ground himself in this impossible reality. His fingers passed through hers. The sensation was familiar, that whisper of cold, that feeling of almost touching, the resistance that wasn't quite resistance. Piper's hand remained solid on the table, and his occupied the same space, translucent and insubstantial and completely intangible. She was describing something about feeling invisible behind her camera, about how people saw the channel but not her. And her words resonated so deeply with his literal invisibility that Fletcher forgot to be careful, forgot that touching her was impossible, that he was a ghost, that this whole evening was built on desperate lies. Horror shot through him. He jerked back, grabbing for the salt shaker with perhaps too much force. Salt scattered across the table. "Whoops," he said, too bright, too false. "Sorry, clumsy." But Piper was staring at her hand, a small furrow between her brows. "Did you feel that?" Feel what?" "I don't know, like cold." "A weird cold spot when you reached over." She flexed her fingers experimentally. "Probably just a draft. This old building must have air leaks everywhere." "Probably." Fletcher's voice sounded distant to his own ears. "I should help Wren with the dishes. She hates when I leave her with the cleanup. Like that." He stood too quickly, chair scraping. Piper looked up at him, confusion and something else, concern, in her expression. "You okay?" "Fine. Just remembered I promised to help. You finish your soup. I'll see you later?" "Yeah, later." Fletcher walked toward the kitchen with measured steps, hyper-aware of his footfalls on the hardwood floor. Too heavy, and he'd seem strange. Too light, and he'd seem to float. Always this careful balance between seeming real and being the ghost he was. The kitchen was empty, Wren having retired to her private quarters. Fletcher didn't stop there. He kept walking, through the pantry door, and then through the actual wall itself. Solid wood passing through his form like mist. On the other side, in the narrow storage space between walls that no living person could access, Fletcher let himself break. He sank to the floor, or rather, positioned himself on the floor, since gravity was more suggestion than rule for him. His hands covered his face, and if he'd been capable of crying, he would have. Instead, there was just this hollow ache, this overwhelming weight of guilt and longing and grief. Everywhere between them built on lies. Every smile was borrowed against time he didn't have. Every moment of connection was stolen from a future where she'd eventually know the truth and hate him for it. But God, he'd never felt more connected to another soul. Never felt more seen, more understood, more real than when Piper looked at him like he mattered. The memory rose unbidden, the way it always did this close to Halloween. October 31st, 1987. The inn had been packed for the annual Halloween party, guests in costume filling every room. Fletcher had been rushing down the main staircase, 17 hours into his shift but still energized by the celebration. He'd been going to answer the door for trick-or-treaters, could hear them outside, their excited voices carrying through the old walls. He'd grabbed the candy bowl from the front desk and turned toward the stairs, taking them two at a time like he always did. The carpet runner had been loose. He'd noticed it earlier, meant to fix it, gotten distracted by guest needs and party preparations. His foot caught on the raised edge. The world had spun. Ceiling, walls, stairs, all tumbling together in a kaleidoscope of confusion. Then, impact, sharp and final. His head against the hardwood floor at the bottom of the staircase. The strange thing was the floating. That weird sensation of rising, of seeing his own body lying there at impossible angles, blood pooling beneath his head, his eyes open and unseeing. Guests had screamed. Someone had called for an ambulance. Wynn, younger then, dark-haired and vibrant, had knelt beside his body and cried. And Fletcher had stood there, watching, trying to speak but producing no sound, trying to touch Wren's shoulder, but finding his hand passed through her, trying to understand why he could see everything but no one could see him. It had taken him weeks to understand he was dead, months to accept it, years to stop hoping someone would see him, that he'd move on, that this wouldn't be forever. Until Piper. Fletcher pressed his translucent hands harder against his face. Piper, who could see him and hear him and talk to him like he was real. Piper, who needed paranormal evidence and would never capture him on film. Piper, who dedicated her life to exposing frauds and had no idea she was falling for the biggest impossibility of all. He had to help her, had to give her what she needed, even if it meant being more of a ghost than he'd ever wanted to be around her. Fletcher pulled himself together, metaphorically, since his form maintained itself without effort. He phased back through the wall, through the kitchen, making his way toward the library, where he knew Piper would set up her equipment again tonight. The sound of her frustrated muttering reached him before he saw her. She was kneeling beside her camera, checking settings with the intense focus he recognized from their earlier conversations. Her hair had escaped its ponytail entirely now, curls falling around her face as she worked. Technical failures, she muttered. Impossible technical failures. Brand new equipment, fresh memory cards, and somehow yesterday's footage looks like it was filmed through a funhouse mirror. Everything distorted except me. Just me, talking to empty air, like a complete... She stopped, shook her head. Get it together, Reeves. Tonight's footage will be fine. It has to be fine. The deadline's Friday, and if I don't have usable content, Mackenzie's going to pull the sponsorship. No pressure. Just my entire career riding on capturing evidence that doesn't exist in a deadline I can't miss, while being distracted by a guy who... Piper cut herself off, clearly not wanting to finish that sentence even to herself. Fletcher's heart would have broken if it could. She needed this, needed evidence, needed success, needed something to make this investigation worthwhile. And he was the only real paranormal presence she'd ever encounter. The only genuine ghost she'd never be able to film unless he helped. The decision formed with crystalline clarity. He couldn't let her fail. Couldn't let her leave empty-handed after coming all this way, after needing this so desperately. If he couldn't appear on her cameras, he could at least give her other evidence. Real evidence. Genuine paranormal activity. Fletcher focused his energy the way he'd learned over decades of practice. It was harder now. Harder to be ghostly when he'd spent days pretending to be alive. But he reached for that cold core of his being, the part that was fundamentally not of this world anymore. The temperature dropped. He watched Piper's breath become visible, watched her sit back on her heels with a sharp inhale. What the? Her equipment registered it immediately. The temperature gauge on her paranormal detector plummeted from 68 to 52 in seconds. The EMF meter spiked, lights flashing in rapid succession. Fletcher moved to the bookshelf, using that strange push-pull ability he'd developed. Not quite touching, but influencing, making his presence felt without being seen. Books shifted, sliding across the shelf with deliberate slowness. "Oh my God," Piper whispered, scrambling for her camera. "Oh my God, it's actually happening." The curtains were next. Fletcher concentrated, making them flutter and sway, despite the complete absence of wind. The windows were closed, the air inside still and cold, but the heavy fabric moved like invisible hands were running through it. He was giving her exactly what she needed. Genuine haunting phenomena, unexplainable and undeniable. The kind of evidence her cameras could capture, her equipment could verify, her skepticism couldn't dismiss. It felt like betrayal and salvation all at once. Piper was in full documentation mode now, speaking rapidly into her camera about temperature fluctuations and electromagnetic anomalies and kinetic activity. Her professional mask had slipped back into place, but Fletcher could see the wonder underneath. The possibility creeping into her eyes, despite years of trained skepticism. He made a book fall from the shelf, letting it land with a satisfying thump. Made another temperature drop, this time localized near her main camera. Created the kind of evidence that would make her video undeniable. And with every manifestation, every genuine ghostly action, Fletcher knew he was complicating everything. Was creating a trail that would eventually lead back to the truth of what he was. Was building a case that would expose him, whether he wanted it to or not. But he couldn't stop. Couldn't watch her struggle when he had the power to help. Couldn't let her fail when success was literally within his ability to provide, even if it meant his own eventual exposure. Even if it meant she'd realize what he'd been all along. Fletcher kept the activity going for another hour, creating patterns that seemed intentional but not staged. Making the haunting feel authentic because it was authentic. He was just controlling it. Giving Piper everything her investigation needed, while simultaneously ensuring his own eventual revelation. When she finally stopped filming, hands shaking with adrenaline and excitement, Fletcher retreated, pulled his energy back, let the temperature normalize, faded into the background like the ghost he was. Piper packed up her equipment with trembling hands, checking and rechecking the footage. Fletcher could see it on her face. The conflict between what she'd been trained to believe and what she'd just documented. The evidence was undeniable, but her worldview was built on denial. She'd figure it out eventually. Would review this footage alongside the earlier recordings where he didn't appear. Would piece together the impossible truth that the helpful, charming guy she'd been falling for was the very thing she'd come here to investigate. Fletcher accepted this with something like peace. The truth would hurt her, would shatter whatever was growing between them. But at least she'd have her evidence. At least she'd succeed. At least, for however long it lasted, she'd known him. Really known him, even if she didn't realize it yet. Dawn was approaching when Piper finally settled onto the window seat, laptop open to review footage, but her eyes already drooping with exhaustion. The adrenaline had faded, leaving her wrung out and overwhelmed. Fletcher watched from the doorway, visible only to himself. She looked so small curled up there, so young despite her professional competence, so achingly alone. He drifted closer, letting himself hover near without touching. Couldn't touch. Would never be able to touch, not really. But he could watch over her, could keep this vigil, could offer what protection a ghost could provide. "I'm sorry," Fletcher whispered, knowing she couldn't hear, knowing the words were for him, absolution he didn't deserve. "I'm sorry for lying, for pretending to be something I'm not, for giving you evidence while hiding what I am." Piper shifted in her sleep, laptop sliding from her lap. Fletcher caught it with that same telekinetic push, settling it safely on the table beside her. One more impossible thing she wouldn't see, wouldn't question. "But I can't lose you," he continued, the confession easier in the pre-dawn quiet. "Not when you're the first person to see me as real in almost 4 decades. Not when I finally feel like I exist again. Not when—" He stopped, the words too heavy even for this private moment. "Not when I think I'm falling in love with you. Not when you've reminded me what it means to be alive. Not when losing you would be like dying all over again." Outside the window, the sky began to lighten. Another day approaching. Another day of pretending, of careful lies, of borrowed normalcy that couldn't last. Fletcher settled near the window seat, as close to Piper as his nature allowed. He'd watch over her until she woke. would protect her from everything except the truth he was too selfish to share. For now, in this stolen moment, he let himself imagine it could last. That somehow, impossibly, she'd understand. That love, if this was love, could bridge the gap between living and dead. The morning light crept across the library floor, warm and golden, and completely unaware of ghosts.
Chapter 5. Piper. Piper woke with a crick in her neck and the disorienting awareness that she'd fallen asleep on the window seat. Again. Her laptop balanced precariously on the cushion beside her, screen dark but still humming with power. Outside, dawn painted the Vermont hills in shades of rose gold and amber, the kind of perfect autumn morning that belonged on a postcard. Her first thought was caffeine. Her second was the footage. She sat up too quickly, vertebrae popping in protest, and pulled the laptop into her lap. The timestamp on the file showed she'd been recording for 6 hours straight. 6 hours of what was probably nothing. Creaking floorboards, the occasional settling of an old building, maybe a mouse in the walls, if she was lucky. Piper scrubbed forward through the footage, watching herself settle in with her equipment, then curl up on the window seat with her laptop. The infrared gave everything that distinctive night vision glow, turning the cozy library into something vaguely alien. She looked small on screen, vulnerable in a way that made her uncomfortable. Too exposed. Too dash 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 dash. A book slid off the shelf behind her sleeping form. Piper's fingers slammed the spacebar, pausing the playback. She stared at the screen, not breathing. Then rewound 10 seconds and watched again. The book, a thick hardcover on the third shelf, definitely moved. Slid smoothly from its position and tumbled to the floor with what must have been an audible thump, though her sleeping self didn't even stir. "Technical glitch," Piper whispered, but her hands were already shaking as she continued the footage. At 2:47 a.m., the curtains began to sway. Not dramatically, not like something from a horror movie, just a gentle movement, as though someone had walked past and disturbed the air. Except there was no one there. No draft from the window. No explanation. At 3:15 a.m., her EMF detector, sitting on the table where she'd left it, spiked hard enough that the lights were visible even in the infrared. The needle jumped to the far end of the scale and held there for nearly 30 seconds before slowly returning to baseline. Piper rewound, watched it again. The detector didn't malfunction, didn't flicker or show signs of battery failure. It just registered a massive electromagnetic disturbance in an empty room where nothing should have been generating that kind of reading. At 4:02 a.m., 3 more books slid from their shelves in sequence. Left to right, perfectly timed, like dominoes falling. They landed in a neat row on the floor, spines aligned. "No," Piper said, but she was already scanning forward, pulse hammering in her throat. The activity continued for over an hour. Methodical, controlled, purposeful. Books moved. The temperature on her thermal camera dropped 12 degrees in the northeast corner of the room. The curtains moved again, more pronounced this time. A chair scraped across the floor. Actually scraped, with visible marks in the dust. And through it all, Piper slept. Peaceful and undisturbed, completely unaware that her equipment was capturing exactly what she'd come here hoping to disprove. She played through the footage 3 times, then a 4th, cataloging every anomaly with the kind of meticulous attention she usually reserved for finding evidence of fraud. But this wasn't fraud. The timestamps were continuous, unedited. The camera angles showed the whole room. There were no fishing lines, no hidden mechanisms, no accomplice sneaking in to stage phenomena. This was real. Documented, verifiable, genuine paranormal activity. "This is exactly what I need for the video," Piper muttered, but the words tasted wrong. Bitter. Because it was too perfect, too convenient. She'd been here 2 days and suddenly the inn decided to perform for her cameras? After decades of supposed hauntings, the ghost waited until she was asleep with all her equipment running to put on a show? The activity felt staged, choreographed, like someone had known exactly what she needed and delivered it on a silver platter. Someone who knew her equipment, who understood what would read as authentic, who had reason to want her investigation to succeed. Piper's gaze drifted to the books now resting on the floor, the same books that had moved during the night. She hadn't replaced them yet. The evidence of last night's activity sitting there in accusatory stillness. "Morning. Period." Fletcher's voice from the doorway made her jump, laptop nearly sliding from her knees. He stood there with his usual warm smile, looking unfairly put together for someone who'd presumably also been up late. The burgundy sweater vest over the white-collared shirt, high-waisted jeans, brown boots that looked like they'd walked out of a vintage catalog. The exact same outfit he'd worn yesterday, down to the way the sweater was pushed up slightly on his left forearm, revealing the same watch with a leather band. The same scuff on the right boot's toe. The same way his hair fell across his forehead, like it had been styled once and frozen in place. "Rough night?" Fletcher asked, stepping into the library. "You look like you've seen a ghost." It was such a casual joke, delivered with such natural timing that Piper almost laughed. Would have laughed if her skin wasn't prickling with that uncanny awareness that something was deeply, fundamentally wrong. "Productive night?" she managed, closing the laptop with more force than necessary. "You're up early. Could say the same about you," Fletcher gestured to the window seat. "Or did you sleep here? That can't be good for your back." "I've slept in worse places." Piper stood, stretching to cover her discomfort. Abandoned hospitals, supposedly cursed hotels, the back of Quinn's van during a stakeout in Arizona. This is practically luxury. "Sounds like you need a real breakfast then." Fletcher's smile was genuine, warm, completely at odds with the suspicion coiling in Piper's gut. "Wren's making blueberry pancakes. Her secret is a touch of lemon zest in the batter. You'll think you've died and gone to heaven." The word "died" seemed to hang in the air between them. "Sounds amazing," Piper said, gathering her equipment with hands that wanted to shake. Give me 10 minutes to freshen up? Take your time. I'll make sure she saves you a stack. Fletcher held the door as she passed, close enough that she should have felt his body heat, caught his scent, sensed him in that animal way humans sensed each other in proximity. But there was nothing. Just the faint chill that had nothing to do with October mornings, and everything to do with the growing certainty that she was missing something crucial. The dining room was warm with morning light and the smell of coffee and maple syrup. Wren had set out a spread that belonged in a magazine: fresh fruit, pastries, a pitcher of orange juice beaded with condensation, and, yes, a stack of blueberry pancakes that made Piper's stomach growl despite the anxiety churning beneath her ribs. Fletcher sat at the corner table, the one by the window with the best view of the mountains. A mug of black coffee steamed in front of him, both hands wrapped around it like he needed the warmth. Piper loaded her plate and joined him, watching as he smiled and gestured to the seat across from him. Wren outdid herself today. You're in for a treat. She cut into the pancakes, perfectly fluffy, with that promised hint of lemon cutting through the sweetness, and took a bite. Groaned with genuine appreciation. Okay, you weren't kidding. These are incredible. Told you. Fletcher lifted his mug, took what looked like a sip, set it back down. Piper cut another bite, chewed, swallowed. Watched Fletcher over the rim of her own coffee cup. He sat there, relaxed and comfortable, occasionally lifting the mug to his lips. Talking about the changing leaves, the forecast calling for rain tomorrow, a festival happening in town this weekend. Normal conversation. The kind of easy morning chat that would have felt natural if Piper wasn't cataloging every movement. His coffee never diminished in the cup. She ate 3 pancakes, 2 pieces of bacon, and a respectable helping of fruit salad. Fletcher talked, gestured, laughed at her description of Quinn's disastrous attempt at making sourdough starter. But he never took a bite of food, never reached for a pastry, never did anything except hold that same mug of coffee that remained perpetually full. Not hungry? Piper finally asked, keeping her tone light. Fletcher glanced at his mug like he'd forgotten it was there. I ate earlier. Just enjoying the coffee now. Earlier? What time do you usually get up? Early. That warm smile again, deflecting without quite answering. Habit from years of opening shifts at the coffee shop back when I was... He paused. When I was younger. Back when he was what? Alive? Piper shoved the thought away. Speaking of coffee shops, want to grab one with me later? There's that place in town you mentioned, Harvest Moon. I want to get some B-roll of Moonridge for the video. I'd love to, but... Fletcher's expression shifted, something careful sliding into place. Actually, why don't we just walk around town? The architecture is better in natural light anyway, more atmospheric. Sure, but I want to grab a latte, maybe a muffin. You know, support local businesses. Right, of course. Fletcher set down his mug. We can definitely do that. But he looked distinctly uncomfortable with the idea. Piper pushed her plate away, pulling out her phone. Hey, this light is perfect. Let me grab a quick selfie for Instagram. My followers love behind-the-scenes stuff. She opened the camera app, angling it to catch both of them. Lean in? Fletcher's face went pale. Actually pale, which shouldn't have been possible given his already fair complexion. He stood abruptly, his chair scraping against hardwood. I'm not photogenic. Terrible camera anxiety, actually. One of those weird things. I hate having my picture taken. He backed away from the table, from her phone, like the device might burn him. It's just Instagram, Piper said, lowering the phone. Not even for the video. Just casual. I know, Fletcher ran a hand through his hair, that same gesture she'd seen yesterday. The same exact gesture, she realized. The same pause. The same slight tug on the left side where his hair fell forward. Sorry, it's stupid. I just really prefer to stay off social media. Privacy thing. Sure, no problem. But it wasn't nothing. It was another piece of a puzzle Piper didn't want to assemble. Another crack in the carefully constructed normalcy Fletcher presented. She spent the rest of the day watching, cataloging, hating herself for it even as her journalist instincts refused to quiet. Fletcher helped an elderly couple with their luggage, or seemed to help, except the husband lifted the bags himself while Fletcher made helpful gestures beside him. The couple never looked at Fletcher, never thanked him, never acknowledged his presence at all. At first, Piper thought they were just rude. But then she watched Fletcher hold the door for a woman carrying a toddler, and the woman walked through without a glance, as though the door had opened itself. The toddler didn't react either, didn't track Fletcher's movement the way children usually tracked everything. Fletcher never arrived or left. He was just there, suddenly present in a room without the sound of footsteps or the displacement of air that came with someone entering. He appeared and disappeared like a thought, like something conjured rather than something solid. He avoided mirrors. Piper noticed when they walked past the large gilded mirror in the hallway, Fletcher stayed to the opposite wall, kept his gaze carefully averted. When she paused to check her own reflection, adjust her glasses, Fletcher remained outside the mirror's range, and his knowledge of local history was too precise, too detailed, spanning decades with the kind of casual familiarity that suggested personal experience rather than research. The fire station used to be on Pine Street, Fletcher mentioned when they passed the current building. They moved it in '92 after the flood damage. Before that, it was in that brick building, the one that's an antique shop now. How do you know that? Piper asked. Fletcher blinked. I grew up here. You remember these things. You grew up here? It was the first time he'd mentioned it. I thought you were Wren's nephew from out of town. Did I say that? Fletcher's smile was uncertain. I might have. It's complicated. I lived here when I was younger, moved away, came back. Family stuff. But he looked rattled by the question, like he'd forgotten his own cover story. Piper felt guilty for cataloging these inconsistencies, for analyzing someone she'd been laughing with just hours ago. Someone whose smile made her chest feel warm. Someone she'd been falling for, against all her better judgment and professional boundaries. But she couldn't stop. Couldn't ignore the evidence mounting like snow before an avalanche. That afternoon, while Fletcher helped Wren in the kitchen, or seemed to help, while Wren worked alone and talked to empty air, Piper returned to the library. The books from last night's activity still rested on the floor where they'd fallen. She picked them up, read their spines. Local history, ghost stories of New England. A biography of someone who died in 1985. The library held the inn's history in its bones. Guest books lined one shelf, leather-bound volumes dating back decades. Piper's hands trembled as she pulled them down, starting with the most recent and working backward. She kept searching. 1,999. 1,995. 1,990. The 1987 volume was thinner than the others, its leather cracked with age. Piper opened it carefully, paging through entries from January, February, March. The handwriting changed from guest to guest, different pens and styles and levels of enthusiasm. She reached October. The entries thinned out toward the end of the month. A couple from Boston on the 15th, a family from Connecticut on the 22nd. And then, on October 30th, 1987, a single line in handwriting she recognized from the notes Fletcher had left on her camera equipment. Fletcher Ashworth. Just visiting. Hope to stay longer. Piper stared at the signature until the letters blurred, pulled out her phone with shaking hands and photographed the page, then the notes Fletcher had written, comparing them side by side. The F had the same flourish, the R crossed the same way, the same slight backslant to the letters. 37 years ago. Before she was born. Before her parents had even met. She opened her laptop, hands clumsy on the keys as she searched. Fletcher Ashworth. Moonridge Inn. 1987. The results were sparse. a genealogy site listing births and deaths, a digitized newspaper archive from the Moonridge Gazette, and there, in the October 31st, 1987 edition, buried in the local news section, local man dies in tragic accident at historic inn on Halloween night. Fletcher Ashworth, 31, died late last night in a fall at the Moonridge Inn. Authorities say Ashworth, visiting from Boston, fell down the main staircase during the inn's annual Halloween party. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The investigation is ongoing, but preliminary reports suggest the death was accidental. The article included a photograph, black and white, grainy from digitization, but unmistakable. The same face she'd been having breakfast with. The same warm eyes, bright smile, wavy dark blonde hair, the same burgundy sweater vest. Piper sat frozen, laptop screen glowing in the afternoon light, staring at proof of something impossible. Her logical mind rejected it outright. Ghosts weren't real. Death was final. There had to be another explanation. A relative. A descendant with the same name and uncanny resemblance. A elaborate prank involving actors and vintage clothing and somehow making himself invisible to cameras. But her heart, her gut, that part of her that had been trained to spot deception and find truth in the unlikeliest places, knew. Fletcher Ashworth had died 37 years ago in this inn, and she'd been talking to him, laughing with him, falling for him, ever since she'd arrived. The ghost she'd come here to debunk was the man who'd been helping her investigation. The paranormal activity her cameras captured last night hadn't been random. It had been Fletcher, trying to give her what she needed for her video. The man she was falling for was already dead. Piper closed the laptop with shaking hands, the library suddenly feeling too small, too close, like the walls were pressing in. Outside the window, afternoon sun painted everything in gold, beautiful and normal, and completely at odds with the impossible truth sitting heavy in her chest. Fletcher was a ghost, and he'd been lying to her from the moment they'd met.
Chapter 6. Fletcher had been walking through walls for 37 years, but the habit still felt strange sometimes, unnatural, a reminder that he didn't belong to the solid world anymore, no matter how much he pretended otherwise. He stepped through the library wall without thinking, intending to see if Piper wanted to explore the old carriage house before dinner. The words were already forming on his lips when he saw her hunched over her laptop, and every molecule of his ghostly form froze. The photograph on her screen was grainy and black and white, but he recognized it instantly. His own face stared back at him from 1987, young, alive, grinning at the camera with no idea he had less than a month left. The article's headline sat above it like an epitaph. Local man dies in tragic accident at historic inn on Halloween night. Oh no. Oh God, no. Fletcher's form flickered violently, the edges of him dissolving and reforming in rapid succession as panic flooded through every atom of his being. He could feel himself becoming translucent, nearly invisible, the way he always did when his emotions ran too high. Solid, transparent, solid again. His body couldn't decide what it was supposed to be because he'd been pretending to be something he wasn't for days. Piper's face was pale, her hazel eyes wide behind her glasses as she stared at the screen. She hadn't noticed him yet, too absorbed in whatever internal battle was raging behind those expressive features. Fletcher watched her reach up to touch the silver compass necklace she always wore, her fingers trembling slightly against the metal. She knew. She'd found out. The game was over. He should leave, retreat before she looked up and saw him flickering like a broken hologram, before she started screaming or crying, or worse, before she looked at him with fear, instead of that warm humor he'd grown addicted to over the past 3 days. But Fletcher couldn't move. He was rooted to the spot, watching as Piper glanced toward the library door as if expecting him to walk through it like a normal person, like someone who needed doors. Her hand was still on her grandmother's necklace, and he could see the conflict written across her face. The skeptic, who'd built a career on exposing frauds, wrestling with evidence of something she'd spent years denying could exist. She closed the laptop with shaking hands, but didn't stand up. Didn't start packing her camera equipment. Didn't run screaming from the room. Fletcher retreated into the hallway on instinct, letting himself fade until he was nearly invisible, hovering in that space between solid and not there. The panic made it hard to maintain any form at all. He could feel himself starting to drift, the way he always did when emotions overwhelmed him. Up toward the ceiling, spreading thin like smoke. Through the walls, because walls meant nothing to him anymore, he could still see her, still sitting at the library table, staring at her closed laptop like it might burst into flames. She hadn't left. Why hadn't she left? The last time someone had discovered what he was, she'd been gone within 2 hours. Then she'd started screaming. The memory still burned. She'd run from the library, thrown her belongings into her car, and peeled out of the parking lot, while he'd stood in the window watching her go, invisible again, more alone than ever. He'd stopped trying after that, stopped hoping that anyone would see him, accepted that he was stuck between worlds, a ghost haunting his own death site, watching the decades pass while he remained frozen at 31. Until Piper had walked through the door on Monday morning and looked directly at him like he was real. Fletcher's form solidified slightly as grief washed over him. 3 days. He'd had 3 days of being seen, of conversation and laughter and connection. 3 days of pretending he was alive, that he could have something real with someone who could actually perceive him. 3 days of lying to the first person who'd noticed him in almost 40 years. Fletcher! He nearly dissipated entirely at the sound of Wren's voice. She stood in the hallway behind him, silver hair catching the afternoon light, her gray eyes gentle and knowing in a way that made his chest ache. Or would have, if he still had a chest that could ache properly. She knows, he whispered, his voice breaking around the words. Decades of suppressed grief threatened to overwhelm him. She found the article. The photograph. She knows I'm dead? Wren finished softly. Yes, I imagine she does. You're not exactly subtle, dear. The sweater vest you died in is a bit of a giveaway. Fletcher stared at her, his form flickering with confusion. You know? Fletcher. Wren's smile was sad and fond at the same time. I've known about you since I inherited this place 15 years ago. Mrs. Patterson left very detailed notes about the inn's permanent resident. She was quite fond of you, actually. Said you helped her fix the plumbing in 2003. The world tilted sideways, or it would have if the world still moved in ways that affected him. Mrs. Patterson knew? All those years she could see me? No, dear. But she could feel you, sense your presence. She was sensitive that way. Wren gestured toward the library where Piper still sat, visible through the doorway. But that girl in there, she doesn't just sense you. She sees you, clear as day. And from what I've observed, she cares about you. She won't care now, Fletcher said, his voice hollow. Now she knows I've been lying to her since Monday, that I'm not Wren's nephew or an employee or anything real. I'm just a ghost who couldn't bear to tell the truth. Then tell her now. She'll leave. Will she? Wren's gray eyes held his, steady and certain. Because from where I'm standing, Fletcher, that girl isn't running away. She's sitting in there wrestling with impossible facts because she cares about you. Don't you think she deserves the truth from your own lips, instead of discovering it through a 37-year-old obituary? The words hit like a physical blow. Fletcher glanced through the wall again at Piper, who had opened her laptop and was now scrolling through something else. More articles, probably. More evidence of his death. What if she hates me? The question came out barely above a whisper. What if she doesn't? 2000. Before Fletcher could answer, the memory crashed over him like it always did this time of year. Halloween night. The smell of cider and candle wax, music drifting up from the party downstairs. He'd been carrying drinks, laughing at something a guest had said, not paying attention to where he was stepping at the top of the stairs. The fall had happened so fast. One moment, solid ground. The next moment, air and vertigo, and the horrible certainty that this was it. This was how it ended. The impact, the pain that was there and then suddenly wasn't, replaced by the strangest sensation of floating, of being untethered. He'd watched from above as someone screamed, as guests gathered around his body, their faces pale with shock. As paramedics arrived too late, checked for a pulse they'd never find, covered him with a sheet. His sister Margaret had arrived an hour later. 37 years hadn't dulled the memory of watching her collapse beside his covered body, sobbing his name while he stood invisible and helpless 3 feet away. He'd tried to reach for her, to tell her he was still there, but his hand passed through her shoulder like smoke. The funeral had been worse. Sitting in an empty pew while family and friends eulogized someone who was standing right there, unable to speak or touch or do anything except watch them grieve. Margaret had lived another 20 years before her own death. He'd felt her pass, felt the moment her presence left the world entirely. She'd never known he was still there, still watching, still trying to reach her. That was when the isolation had truly set in, when Fletcher had accepted that this was his eternity, invisible, intangible, forgotten. Until 3 days ago, when a skeptical YouTuber with warm brown skin and a dry sense of humor had looked directly at him and said, "So, you work here." ... The memory settled something in Fletcher's chest, solidified his resolve. "If she asks," he said to Wren, his voice stronger now, "I'll tell her everything. The truth. All of it. Even if it means she leaves." "That's all you can do, dear." Wren patted his arm, her hand passing through him, but the gesture familiar and comforting anyway. "Be honest. Let her make her own choice with all the facts." Fletcher nodded, watching as Wren headed toward the kitchen, her footsteps fading down the hallway. He drifted for a moment, letting himself fade into translucence, gathering what remained of his courage. The dining room was empty when he materialized there, afternoon light streaming through the tall windows. Fletcher stared at his own transparent hands, willing them solid. The energy it took to maintain a physical appearance was exhausting, but he'd gotten good at it over the decades. Good at seeming real. Time to stop seeming. "Yes, I'm dead," he practiced, his voice echoing in the empty room. "I died here on Halloween night, 37 years ago." The words felt strange, saying them out loud after days of careful omission. He tried again. "You're the first person who's been able to see me since then. Actually see me, not just sense something strange or feel a cold spot." His form flickered as emotion threatened to overwhelm him again. He forced himself solid. "And I was too afraid of losing you to tell the truth." There. That was it. The core of his deception laid bare in a single sentence. Fletcher practiced the whole speech 3 more times, adjusting the words, trying to find a way to explain the inexplicable. How did you tell someone you'd been dead for nearly 4 decades? That you'd lied by omission? Because the thought of being invisible again was more terrifying than death itself. By the 4th run-through, he had it memorized. The words felt true, at least. Honest. Everything he should have said on Monday when she'd first looked at him and smiled. Fletcher took an unnecessary breath, habit from when breathing had mattered, and drifted toward the library. Slowly, giving himself time to lose his nerve and retreat. But he didn't retreat. He kept moving, kept heading toward the truth he'd been avoiding, toward Piper and whatever came next. The library doorway framed her like a photograph. She'd closed the laptop again and was staring out the window, fingers still worrying at her grandmother's necklace. The afternoon light caught in her dark curls, made her brown skin glow warm and alive, in a way that made Fletcher's chest ache with the memory of being warm and alive himself. He positioned himself in the doorway, letting himself become visible, solid enough to cast a faint shadow. Not trying to hide what he was anymore, but not quite ready to show her the full truth of his translucent, flickering form either. Waiting. His entire existence balanced on this moment. 37 years of isolation and 3 days of connection, all hanging in the space between one heartbeat and the next. If she turned around and saw him, if she asked the question he knew was coming, he would tell her everything. No more omissions, no more careful deflections, just the truth, however impossible, however much it might cost him. Fletcher waited in the doorway, visible but silent, ready to offer complete honesty, even if it meant losing the only real thing he'd had since 1987. Because Wren was right. Piper deserved nothing less than the truth. And if seeing him, really seeing him for what he was, made her leave, at least she'd leave knowing he'd finally been honest. At least this time the rejection would be earned.
Chapter 7. Piper. The library had become a still life in amber. Golden light poured through the western windows, painting everything it touched with that particular October warmth that made the whole world feel nostalgic. Dust motes drifted lazily through the sunbeams, and somewhere in the inn, a clock ticked away the seconds. Piper sat in the same wingback chair she'd claimed on Monday morning, her laptop closed on the side table, her hands folded in her lap. She'd been sitting here for 20 minutes, maybe longer, working up the courage to do what needed to be done. The obituary was burned into her brain. She'd read it so many times the words had become a litany. Fletcher James Ashworth, 31, died tragically on October 31st, 1987, in an accident at the Moonridge Inn. A beloved member of the Moonridge community, Fletcher is survived by his sister, Margaret Ashworth Turner. She'd found his yearbook photo in the archived records next, 1974, Moonridge High School. Same wavy blonde hair, same bright blue eyes crinkled with laughter. Same face she'd been talking to for 3 days, barely aged a minute. Impossible. Except Piper had built her entire career on exposing impossibilities, and she'd never encountered evidence like this. The cameras that didn't capture him. The way he never ate, never arrived or left, never changed his clothes. The sweater vest and jeans that looked vintage because they were vintage. The actual clothes he'd been wearing the night he died. The paranormal activity that manifested around her equipment like someone was trying to help her investigation succeed. She touched her grandmother's necklace, the compass warm against her palm. The needle had been spinning wildly since she'd arrived at the inn, unable to find magnetic north in a place that seemed to exist slightly sideways from reality. Now it pointed steadily toward the library doorway. Piper looked up. Fletcher stood there, exactly as she'd expected. As if he'd been waiting for her to call him, or maybe he'd sensed her decision the way he seemed to sense so many things. The sunset painted him in gold and amber, but now that she was looking, really looking, she could see the way the light behaved strangely around him. Not quite passing through him, but not landing on him properly either. Like he was a watercolor painting that hadn't fully dried, bleeding slightly at the edges. His burgundy sweater vest looked soft in the golden light. His hands hung at his sides, relaxed, but nervous. His expression was gentle, patient, waiting. The same face from the obituary, the same face from the yearbook, the same face that had smiled at her over coffee, that had listened to her stories about her grandmother, that had made her laugh with his dry observations about modern technology. "Are you dead?" The question fell from her lips without preamble, without warning, stark and impossible in the warm autumn light. She watched Fletcher's face transform, not with denial or shock or the defensive anger she might have expected, relief. His whole expression crumbled with it, blue eyes closing briefly as if she'd released him from some unbearable burden. Yes, the word was barely above a whisper, but it landed in the quiet library like a stone dropping into still water, sending ripples through everything Piper thought she knew about reality. Fletcher opened his eyes, meeting her gaze directly. "I died here on Halloween night, 1987. I fell down the main staircase during a party. It was... He paused, his form flickering slightly. It was an accident. I'd been drinking. The stairs were crowded. Someone bumped into me at the wrong moment. And then I was at the bottom of the staircase, and I couldn't get up. And no one could hear me calling for help because I was already gone. Piper's hands gripped the armrests of her chair. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her breath coming short. Every rational thought she'd ever had was screaming that this couldn't be real, that she was being scammed, that there had to be an explanation. But she'd looked for explanations. She'd found an obituary instead. 37 years, Fletcher continued, his voice gaining strength as if, now that he'd started, he couldn't stop. I've been here for 37 years, watching the inn change owners, watching guests come and go, watching the whole world transform around me. Technology, fashion, politics, I've witnessed it all from the outside, completely invisible. He took a step into the library, and Piper noticed the way his boots didn't quite make sound on the hardwood floor. The faint press of footsteps, but muted, as if the floor was only partially convinced he was there. I tried everything, Fletcher said. I tried to make people see me, hear me. I'd stand in front of the mirror in the hallway and scream just to watch my reflection not appear. I'd sit at the breakfast table and have entire conversations that no one responded to. I learned to move small objects after about 5 years. That took so much practice, so much energy. But even when I could make a book fall off a shelf or create a cold spot in a room, I was still alone, still invisible. Piper's throat felt tight. The paranormal activity in my footage. That was me. Fletcher's smile was sad, self-deprecating. I thought I was helping. You needed evidence for your video, and I could give you real evidence. Genuine supernatural activity. I didn't think about how it would complicate things. I just wanted to help you succeed. The compass in Piper's palm swung steadily toward him, unwavering. Fletcher moved closer, careful and slow, as if approaching a skittish animal. The sunset painted half his face in gold, the other half in shadow, and Piper could see it now. The slight transparency at his edges. The way he wasn't quite there in the same way the furniture was there, solid and immutable. Monday morning, he said, when you walked into the library and set down your equipment, I was sitting in that chair by the window. I'd been watching the sunrise because I had nothing better to do, and I've watched thousands of sunrises from this inn. And you looked directly at me and said, "Do you work here?" And his voice cracked. He stopped, composed himself, tried again. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was imagining things. But you kept looking at me, kept waiting for an answer. And when I spoke, you heard me. You responded. You saw me. Fletcher was only a few feet away now, close enough that Piper could see the unshed tears making his blue eyes shine in the dying light. I don't understand why you can see me, he admitted, his voice rough with emotion. I've spent 37 years trying to understand the rules of what I am, and I still don't know. Maybe it's something about you. Maybe it's the time of year. I died on Halloween. Maybe the veil is thinner now. Maybe it's just random chance. But you're the first person who's been able to hear me, really see me, since the night I died. Piper's rational mind was throwing everything it had at this information, trying to find the crack in the story, the inconsistency that would reveal the scam. But there were her cameras, showing empty air where Fletcher should be. There was the obituary with his face, his name, his death date. There was the way he'd known things about the 1980s that only someone who'd lived through them would know. The small cultural references that had seemed quirky but now made terrible, perfect sense. There was the compass in her hand pointing at him like he was magnetic north itself. You lied to me, Piper said. and her voice came out smaller than she'd intended, hurt bleeding through despite her best efforts to sound professional and detached. Fletcher flinched as if she'd struck him. Yes, I did. By omission, but yes. You let me think you were alive. You let me... She stopped, swallowed hard against the tightness in her throat. You let me care about you without telling me the truth about what you were. I know. Fletcher's hands clenched at his sides, his whole form wavering like heat shimmer on pavement. I was terrified. I've been alone for so long, Piper. Completely, utterly alone. And when you could see me, when you smiled at me and laughed at my jokes and actually listened when I spoke, I couldn't bear the thought of losing that connection. I knew if you found out the truth, you might leave. You might think I was dangerous or wrong or just another fraud to expose in your videos. Are you dangerous? The question surprised them both. Fletcher blinked, then shook his head slowly. No. I can't hurt anyone. I can barely interact with the physical world at all. Moving objects takes enormous concentration and energy. I'm harmless. His smile was bitter. Completely, frustratingly harmless. Piper stood, needing to move, needing to think. She walked to the window, putting some distance between them, watching the sunset paint the Vermont hills in shades of orange and crimson. Behind her reflection in the glass, she could see Fletcher standing in the middle of the library, looking lost and afraid. She could also see that his reflection didn't appear in the window next to hers. Tell me what it's like, she said quietly, still facing the window, being what you are. Fletcher was silent for a long moment, then, lonely. That's the first word that comes to mind. It's crushingly, devastatingly lonely. His voice was soft, honest in a way that made Piper's chest ache. I watched my sister grieve for me. Watched her get married, have children, grow old. She died 5 years ago, cancer. I was there at her bedside in the hospital, and she couldn't hear me telling her I loved her. Couldn't feel me holding her hand. Piper closed her eyes, her fingers tight around the compass. I've watched thousands of people walk through this inn, Fletcher continued. Families on vacation, couples on romantic getaways, business travelers just passing through. They've all been so alive, so present. And I've been a ghost among them. Not the fun Halloween costume kind, the real thing. Forgotten. Invisible. Irrelevant. He moved closer, and Piper could sense him behind her, could feel the strange, non-temperature of his presence. I've learned things to pass the time. I taught myself to understand computers by watching guests use them. I read every book in this library twice. I memorized the patterns of the seasons, the migration times of birds, the names of every guest who stayed here in the last decade. I've had nothing but time, and it's been the most excruciating gift imaginable. Piper turned to face him. He was closer than she'd expected, maybe 3 feet away, his expression open and raw in a way she'd never seen before. All the careful charm was gone, stripped away to reveal the genuine person underneath. The one who'd been hurting for decades. The one who'd lied because he was desperate not to hurt anymore. I've spent my whole career, Piper said slowly, exposing people who prey on grief, who take advantage of people who are lonely and desperate for connection with something beyond this world. I've exposed fake mediums, staged hauntings, fraudulent psychics who charged thousands of dollars to tell people what they wanted to hear about their dead loved ones. Fletcher's face fell. I understand. If you want to expose me in your video, that's not what I'm saying. Piper cut him off, her voice sharp. I'm saying I built my entire identity around being the skeptic. The one who saw through the lies. The one who protected people from being fooled. She touched her grandmother's necklace again, felt the compass swing toward Fletcher with magnetic certainty. My grandmother was scammed by someone claiming to contact my dead parents, Piper continued, her own throat tight with old grief. They took her savings, her dignity, her hope. I became a debunker because I never wanted anyone else to experience that betrayal. I hid behind my camera and my skepticism because it was safer than believing in anything that could hurt me. Fletcher watched her, his blue eyes bright with understanding. I've been alone too, Piper admitted, the words coming hard but true. Not the same way you have been, but alone nonetheless. I have Quinn, and she's wonderful, but I keep everyone else at arm's length. I tell myself it's because I'm protecting myself from frauds and liars, but really I'm just afraid. Afraid of being fooled. Afraid of caring about something that isn't real. She met his gaze directly, and now here you are. Actually, genuinely supernatural. The thing I've spent years proving doesn't exist. And you're real, and you lied to me, and I should be furious. Her voice broke slightly. But mostly I'm just scared. Because if this is real, if you're real, then everything I've built my life around is wrong. I'm sorry, Fletcher whispered. I'm so sorry I lied. You deserved honesty from the beginning. Yeah, I did. Piper's hands were shaking. She pressed them against her thighs, trying to steady herself. But I also understand why you didn't tell me. If someone had told me on Monday that I'd be having a conversation with a ghost, I would have laughed in their face. Fletcher's form flickered, his emotions affecting his ability to maintain solidity. What happens now? Said. Piper looked at him, really looked at him. Saw the fear and hope warring in his expression, the way he held himself like someone braced for rejection. Saw the boy from the 1974 yearbook and the man who'd spent 37 years trapped in this inn, watching life continue without him. Saw someone who understood loneliness the way she did, who'd lied because he was desperate for connection, who'd tried to help her even when helping meant risking exposure. The rational part of her brain was still screaming that this was impossible. But her grandmother's compass was pointing steadily at Fletcher, and her cameras had captured empty air, and her own eyes showed her a man who was slightly translucent in the dying light. I need time to process this, Piper whispered, her whole world tilting on its axis. Everything I believed about reality is... I can't just... She stopped, pressed her palms against her eyes, tried to breathe through the vertigo of having her entire worldview crack open. When she looked up again, Fletcher had started to fade. Not dramatically, just a gentle dissolution, as if he was preparing to give her the space she'd asked for. Don't disappear. The words came out sharp, almost panicked. Fletcher solidified immediately, surprised. Piper swallowed hard. I'm not leaving. I just need time. To think, to figure out what this means. But don't disappear on me, okay? Fletcher's face transformed, hope flooding his features so completely it made him look younger, more alive than he had any right to look for someone who'd been dead since 1987. Okay, he said, his voice rough with gratitude. I'll give you all the time you need. I'll be here. I'm always here. The bitter edge to that last statement made Piper's heart twist, but she nodded. She needed to sit with this, needed to reconcile the impossible truth with everything she thought she knew. Fletcher drifted toward the doorway, then paused. For what it's worth, he said quietly, these past 3 days have been the best I've had in 37 years. Even if you decide you can't, even if this is all I get, thank you for seeing me. Then he was gone, faded into the shadows of the hallway, leaving Piper alone in the library. The sunset had deepened to crimson and purple, painting the world in the colors of endings and transformations. Piper sank back into the wingback chair, her grandmother's compass warm in her palm. The needle pointed steadily toward the hallway where Fletcher had disappeared. True north, her grandmother had always said, wasn't about magnetic poles. It was about finding your way home. Piper sat in the darkening library, watching the last light fade from the Vermont hills, knowing with absolute certainty that she'd reached a point of no return. She could never go back to being the skeptic who'd arrived here 3 days ago, the one who'd believed the world was explainable and rational and safe. She'd seen a ghost, talked to him, started to care about him, and now she had to figure out what the hell to do about it.
Chapter 8. Fletcher floated outside the library window, his translucent form blending with the gathering twilight. Inside, Piper hunched over her laptop, surrounded by a constellation of equipment that should have captured his image, but showed only empty space where he'd stood. Her face was illuminated by the blue glow of multiple screens, each displaying different camera angles from the past 3 nights. He watched her scrub through footage of floating books, flickering lights, temperature drops that created frost patterns on glass, all the evidence he'd carefully manufactured to help her. Her fingers hovered above the keyboard, started typing, stopped, deleted everything. The cycle repeated, and each time it did, Fletcher felt something crack a little deeper in his chest. He didn't have a functioning heart anymore, but somehow the pain was just as real as it had been when that organ still beat. She pulled up a different window, her rough video edit. The title card read, Moonridge Inn, New England's most overrated haunting? But the question mark seemed to mock her now, and Fletcher watched her stare at it with an expression of such profound conflict that he wanted to phase through the glass and tell her it was okay. She could expose him. He'd understand. Except he wouldn't be exposed, would he? Her cameras would show exactly what they'd always shown. Nothing. Empty rooms. Objects moving on their own. A woman talking to thin air. The ultimate irony, he was too supernatural to fake. Piper minimized the video timeline and opened her email. Fletcher drifted closer to the window, close enough that frost began spreading across the glass from his proximity. He pulled back immediately, not wanting to draw her attention, but not before he'd glimpsed the message on her screen. November 1st. Deadline and sponsorship renewal. The sender was someone named Marcus Chen. The preview text read, "Looking forward to your Halloween special. The engagement numbers on your last 3 videos have been strong, so we're confident this one will." Piper closed the email without reading the rest, stared at the blank timeline again. Then, with a gesture that looked almost violent, she shoved the laptop away and dropped her head into her hands. Fletcher couldn't watch any more. He phased through the exterior wall, materializing inside the library just a few feet from where she sat. She didn't notice, too lost in whatever internal war she was fighting. Up close, he could see the muscle twitching in her jaw, the way her shoulders were rigid with tension. Her grandmother's compass lay on the desk beside the laptop, its needle pointing steadily at him, even though she wasn't touching it. "I'm sorry," he whispered, knowing she couldn't hear him when he was incorporeal like this. "I'm so sorry, Piper." She came here to debunk frauds, to build her career on exposing the people who preyed on grief and loneliness. She'd told him about her grandmother, about the betrayal that had shaped her life's mission. And what had he done? He'd become exactly the kind of impossible situation she couldn't reconcile with her worldview. Worse, he'd made her care about him. He'd seen it in her face when she'd asked if he was dead, heard it in her voice when she'd told him not to disappear. And now she was trapped between her professional integrity and whatever feelings had started growing between them. All because he'd been too selfish, too desperately lonely to do the right thing. Piper pulled her laptop back toward her, opened the new document, and typed, "What the hell do I do?" Fletcher watched her stare at those 5 words. Then she deleted them and closed the laptop with a soft click that sounded like defeat. He couldn't stay there anymore, couldn't keep watching her struggle with the impossible choice he'd created.
He faded backward through the wall, retreating through the familiar architecture of the inn until he reached the third floor. His room. The room where he'd died. Wren kept it exactly as it had been that night in 1987. The bed made with its burgundy quilt, the ancient typewriter on the desk, the scattered manuscript pages that represented his unfinished novel. She'd told him once that she believed in preservation, in honoring what had been. Fletcher materialized slowly, his form barely more than a shimmer in the darkness. He didn't need light to see, one of the few advantages of being dead, but he turned on the desk lamp anyway, craving the illusion of normalcy. The manuscript pages looked exactly as he'd left them 37 years ago. Page 53 ended mid-sentence. Thomas stood at the window, watching autumn paint the world in shades of ending, and wondered if anyone would remember. If anyone would remember. He'd been 28 when he wrote that line, thinking he was being profound and literary. Now, at 68 years of spectral existence, the words felt like prophecy, like a curse. Fletcher sank into the desk chair, or rather, positioned himself where the chair was, since he couldn't actually sit on physical objects without significant concentration. The pages rustled slightly in the draft his presence created. 53 pages. That was all he'd managed of the novel that was supposed to be his legacy. The story that would prove Fletcher Ashworth had lived, had thought, and felt, and mattered. He'd been so sure he had time, so confident that he could balance his day job and his writing, that success was just around the corner. Then he'd slipped on the main staircase during the Halloween party, fallen badly, and died before the ambulance arrived. His sister Margaret had been the one to find him. He'd watched her scream, watched her cradle his broken body, watched her call 911 with shaking hands. That memory was burned into whatever consciousness he had left, the sight of his own corpse in his sister's arms, while his newly ghostly form hovered uselessly above them. She'd never known what happened to his spirit. The paramedics had taken his body away, and Margaret had spent weeks cleaning out his room at the inn, packing up his belongings with tear-stained hands. She'd kept the manuscript. He'd watched her read those 53 pages, watched her cry over his unfinished sentences. She died 5 years ago. Heart attack. Sudden and merciless. He'd felt it somehow. A severing, a final thread cut. The last person who remembered Fletcher Ashworth as a living man was gone. Except now she wasn't the last person. Now Piper knew him, saw him, spoke to him as if he were real, and he was destroying her life in the process. The truth settled over Fletcher like a weight, heavy and suffocating despite his lack of lungs to breathe. He'd been clinging to this half-existence out of fear, terror of the unknown, of nothingness, of finally and completely ceasing to be. But what kind of existence was this? Watching the world change without him, unable to touch or taste or feel anything beyond the cold that defined his nature. He'd told himself he was trapped here, unable to move on. But maybe the trap was his own making. Maybe he'd been holding on because letting go meant admitting his life had been incomplete, his potential unfulfilled, his time wasted. Piper deserved better than to be the anchor keeping a dead man's ghost tethered to the world. She deserved to finish her video, meet her deadline, build her career. She deserved someone who could take her to dinner without pretending he'd already eaten, someone who showed up on camera, someone with a future instead of an eternal, unchanging past. True love, he realized, with painful clarity, meant wanting what was best for the other person, even if that meant letting them go, even if that meant facing the terrifying possibility of whatever came after this liminal existence. Fletcher stood, or rather, his form rose through the chair and drifted toward the door. The decision crystallized in his mind like frost on glass. He would help Piper complete her video one way or another, give her what she needed. Then he would find a way to let go of this world, to release his desperate grip on an existence that had already ended decades ago. The thought terrified him. But staying, making Piper choose between him and her real life, that was worse. He found Wren in the kitchen, as he'd known he would.
She was always in the kitchen at this hour, preparing her evening tea with the ritual precision of someone who found comfort in routine. The scent of chamomile filled the air, a scent he could perceive but not quite smell, another reminder of his incomplete existence. Fletcher materialized slowly, deliberately, putting effort into making himself visible. His form was less solid than usual, his emotions making it hard to maintain cohesion. Wren looked up from her teapot and smiled, gentle and knowing. "Hello, Fletcher. I think I need to find a way to move on." The words came out rough, uncertain. "I can't ask her to build a life around someone who's already dead." Wren set down her tea things and turned to face him fully. Her gray eyes held infinite compassion, the kind that came from decades of witnessing life's tragedies and triumphs. She'd owned the inn for 20 years, had known about Fletcher for most of that time. She'd inherited the knowledge from the previous owner, who'd inherited it from someone else. A chain of caretakers who'd protected his secret without question. "What do you think has been keeping you here, Fletcher?" she asked softly. "What business did you leave unfinished when you died?" Fletcher's form flickered with the strength of his emotions. "I never finished my novel." The admission hurt more than he'd expected. Never said goodbye to Margaret. Never had the chance to matter to anyone. I died before I could prove I was worth remembering. Wren nodded, as if he'd confirmed something she'd long suspected. "Perhaps it's time to find closure, dear. Perhaps that's why Piper came. Not to expose you, but to help you find peace." The suggestion should have felt comforting, but instead it sent a wave of existential terror through Fletcher's spectral form. Peace meant letting go. Letting go meant facing whatever came after. The light people always talked about, or oblivion, or something his earthbound consciousness couldn't even conceive. But it also meant freeing Piper, giving her back the life she'd had before she walked into the Moonridge Inn and saw what no one else could see. "I don't know if I can," Fletcher whispered. "I don't know how." Wren's expression softened further. "I think you know exactly how. You've always known. You've just been too afraid to do it." She was right. Fletcher had spent 37 years avoiding the completion he'd been denied in life, avoiding the final words, the final goodbye, the final release. "Will it hurt?" The question came out small, vulnerable, a child's fear dressed in a dead man's voice. "I don't know," Wren admitted, "but I think anything worth doing involves some kind of pain. The question is whether it's worth it." Fletcher thought of Piper, hunched over her laptop, torn between truth and feeling. Thought of his sister, who died never knowing what happened to him. Thought of the novel gathering dust on his desk, forever frozen at page 53. Thought of the possibility, however terrifying, of finally being finished. "It's worth it," he said, his voice gaining strength. "She's worth it." Wren smiled. "Then you know what you need to do." Fletcher drifted back upstairs, his form more translucent than ever, as if the decision itself had begun the dissolution. His room waited for him, unchanged and unchanging, a monument to interrupted potential. The typewriter sat silent on the desk. He'd tried using it in the years immediately after his death, had managed to move the keys a few times with enormous effort. But what was the point of finishing a novel no one living would ever read? Except, now, someone living did read. Someone who'd come here looking for frauds and found something far stranger. Someone who deserved to understand why he'd lied, what he'd hoped for, what he'd been too afraid to say out loud. Fletcher positioned himself at the desk, summoning every ounce of concentration he possessed. Making physical contact with objects was exhausting, required a level of focus that left him drained and barely visible afterward. But this mattered. He reached for the typewriter keys with fingers that were more memory than substance and began to type. Each letter was an act of will, each word a small triumph against the laws of physics that said dead men couldn't write. "Dear Piper," the keys clicked slowly, painfully. Fletcher poured everything into the effort, every emotion, every regret, every truth he'd been too cowardly to speak. I need to tell you everything, and I need to tell you why I lied. Not to excuse it, but so you understand that meeting you was the most real thing that's happened to me in 37 years, and I couldn't bear to lose it. His form flickered, threatened to dissipate entirely from the exertion. He held on, kept typing. I've been dead since October 31st, 1987. I fell down the main staircase during a Halloween party. Such a stupid, ordinary way to die. One moment I was alive, planning my future, confident I had time. The next moment I was watching my own body being carried away while my sister cried. The letter grew, words spilling out faster as Fletcher found his rhythm. He wrote about Margaret, about the manuscript, about 37 years of watching the world move forward without him. He wrote about loneliness that went beyond anything the living could understand. The isolation of being present but imperceptible, existing but not participating. And he wrote about Piper, about her laugh, her intelligence, the way she'd seen him when no one else could, about falling in love with someone while knowing he had no right to those feelings, knowing any future between them was impossible. You deserve someone who can grow old with you, who appears in your photographs, who exists in more than just the liminal spaces between life and death. You deserve better than a ghost. His fingers slowed as exhaustion crept in. He was barely visible now, his form a faint shimmer in the lamplight. I'm going to help you finish your video. I'm going to give you what you need for your career, your deadline, your sponsor. And then I'm going to let go. Not because I want to, but because loving you means wanting you to be free. Fletcher pulled the last page from the typewriter, his hands shaking with effort. The letter was complete. 10 pages of confession, apology, and goodbye. He set it on the desk, next to the unfinished manuscript. Then he turned to the novel, to those 53 pages that had haunted him for decades. He'd thought he needed to finish it, needed to complete the story that would prove Fletcher Ashworth had mattered. But maybe the story that needed finishing wasn't the one about Thomas and autumn endings. Maybe it was his own story. And maybe Piper was the one who could write the ending he couldn't see. Fletcher laid a fresh page in the typewriter and began again. But this time he wasn't writing fiction. He was writing truth. The story of a man who died too young, who'd been too afraid to let go, who'd learned what love meant from someone who could see ghosts. Chapter 1. The Last Halloween. Fletcher Ashworth died on October 31st, 1987, but it took him 37 years to realize it.
Chapter 9. Piper? The cursor blinked at Piper with what felt like judgment. 3 hours of staring at her laptop screen and the video timeline remained stubbornly empty except for a few scattered clips she couldn't bring herself to arrange into anything coherent. How was she supposed to create content when her entire worldview had shattered? Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, but instead of Fletcher's face on the camera footage, or rather the conspicuous absence of Fletcher's face, all she could see was his expression in the library yesterday. That devastating mixture of relief and grief when she'd asked if he was dead. The way he'd answered with such careful honesty, like he was braced for her to run screaming, which, to be fair, would have been the rational response. Piper closed the laptop with more force than necessary. Her sponsor could wait. The Halloween deadline could wait. Everything could wait because she couldn't think about anything except Fletcher Ashworth, who'd been dead for 37 years and somehow made her feel more alive than she had in a decade. The problem was she had no framework for this, no reference point. Her entire career was built on the premise that ghosts weren't real, that mediums were frauds, that grief made people vulnerable to manipulation. She dedicated years to protecting people from believing in comforting lies. And now she was the one who'd fallen for the impossible. Except it wasn't a lie. Fletcher was real, whatever that meant for someone who died in 1987. She'd touched his hand, felt the strange, cool solidity of him. They'd talked for hours. He made her laugh. He saw her in ways no one had since her grandmother died.
Her grandmother.
Piper turned from the laptop, suddenly remembering the shoebox she'd packed at the last minute. Her grandmother's journals. The ones she'd kept meaning to read properly but never quite managed because they hurt too much. She'd brought them on this trip thinking she might finally have the quiet time to sort through them. She pulled her suitcase from the closet and dug through layers of flannel and spare camera batteries until her fingers found the worn cardboard. The box was lighter than it should be, considering it held 20 years of her grandmother's thoughts. The first journal was from 1996, just 2 years before her grandmother took her in. Piper flipped through pages filled with careful handwriting, recipes for apple pie, observations about the garden, normal, ordinary life. Then she found an entry dated March 15th, 1998. Piper came home from school today very excited about her new friend at the cemetery. She described him in such detail, a young man in old-fashioned clothes who sits by the elm tree and writes in a notebook. She says he's very sad and doesn't have anyone to talk to anymore. I asked Mrs. Chen at the library if anyone matching that description visited the cemetery. She looked at me strangely. The cemetery keeper is 70 years old. There are no young men who tend the graves.
I think I know what this means.
I think Piper has the gift. Piper's hands started shaking. She read the entry again, then again, trying to make sense of it. She had a vague memory of the cemetery near her grandmother's house, of playing among the headstones while her grandmother visited her parents' grave, but she didn't remember, except she did. Suddenly, with startling clarity, she remembered the man by the elm tree. How he'd seemed surprised when she waved at him. How they'd talked about his notebook, how he was writing a story about birds. How her grandmother had gently told her that her imaginary friend couldn't come home with them. Imaginary. Piper flipped forward frantically, looking for more entries. April 2nd, 1998. Piper mentioned the sad woman by the pond again. She described her dress perfectly. I remember Mrs. Harrison wore exactly that style before she passed in 1993. Piper was barely 5 then. She couldn't possibly remember. May 18th, 1998. 3 more imaginary friends this month. The girl in the school playground who never plays with anyone else. The old man at the grocery store who only Piper seems to notice. The teenager at the library who reads the same book over and over. I need to make a decision. My mother had this gift, and it made her life so difficult. People thought she was strange, unsettled. She died lonely because she could never quite connect with the living when she was so aware of the dead. I don't want that for Piper. She's already lost so much. The next entry was dated 3 weeks later. I've made my choice. When Piper talks about her friends, I gently redirect. I encourage her to play with living children. I tell her that her imagination is wonderful, but that real friends are important too. She's beginning to stop mentioning them, beginning to doubt what she sees. I hope I'm doing the right thing. I hope I'm protecting her, not taking something precious away. Piper has the gift, just like my mother before me. She sees those who linger between worlds, but I worry it will frighten people. Perhaps it's better to let her think they're imaginary until she's old enough to understand. The journals slipped from Piper's numb fingers. She'd always been able to see them. All those years of building a career on debunking ghosts, of protecting people from fraudulent mediums, of constructing elaborate walls between herself and the possibility of the paranormal. And she'd had the ability all along. Her grandmother had trained it out of her, had kindly, lovingly, carefully taught her to ignore what she saw, to rationalize it away, to believe her own senses were playing tricks, to choose safety over truth. Piper pressed her hands to her face, trying to breathe through the revelation. How many lonely ghosts had she walked past? How many desperate spirits had tried to get her attention while she looked right through them, convinced they weren't real? How many years had she wasted hiding from her own gifts? Her phone was in her hand before she consciously decided to call. Quinn answered on the second ring. "Tell me you're having a wild Vermont romance with some lumberjack type," Quinn said by way of greeting. "Because you've been radio silent for 2 days and I'm starting to worry."
Quinn.
Piper's voice came out strangled. I don't know what I need."
Okay.
Quinn's tone shifted immediately to serious. "What's wrong? Did something happen?"
You sound like you've seen a ghost.
Quinn paused. "Oh, wait. You literally have, haven't you? The haunting is real?" "Closewort," Piper laughed, the sound bordering on hysterical. "It's so real. It's so impossibly, terrifyingly real. And Quinn, what if everything I've built my career on is wrong?" She was crying now, hot tears tracking down her face. The words tumbled out. Fletcher's confession, the journals, the revelation about her suppressed abilities, all of it spilling forth in a messy, incoherent rush. What if I've been hiding behind this camera and this skepticism because I'm terrified of being vulnerable? Of caring about someone who might leave me like everyone else has? My parents, my grandmother, every relationship I've ever sabotaged before it could get too close? What if it's all been because I'm so scared of being hurt that I convinced myself nothing supernatural could be real, so I'd never have to face the fact that I lost my parents and I'll never get them back? Quinn was quiet for a long moment. Piper could hear traffic in the background, the familiar sounds of the city they'd left behind. "Honey," Quinn finally said, their voice gentle, "you've been afraid of living your real life ever since your parents died. Maybe this ghost guy is exactly what you need. Someone who literally can't abandon you because he's already dead." The logic was absurd. The logic was perfect. Piper hiccuped a laugh through her tears. "That's the most morbid relationship advice I've ever heard. But am I wrong?" She thought about Fletcher's face when she'd asked him directly about being dead. The relief in his eyes, like he'd been holding his breath for decades. The way he'd told her she was the first person to see him in 37 years. And she'd heard the weight of those years in every word.
No, Piper whispered.
"You're not wrong."
So what are you going to do about it? What was she going to do?
Fletcher had given her space, respected her need to process. He hadn't pushed, hadn't demanded she choose. He'd simply told her the truth, and then waited, patient as only someone who'd already lost everything could be. But she'd been watching him too, these past 2 days of careful distance. The way he looked at her when he thought she wasn't paying attention. The sadness in his smile when she'd mentioned her deadline, her sponsor, her real life waiting back home. He thought she was going to leave. He thought she'd choose her career over him, choose the living world over whatever strange liminal space they occupied together. He was preparing to let her go. "Quinn, he saw through all my defenses from the first moment," Piper said, sudden clarity washing over her. "He saw my loneliness, my walls, my desperate need to be truly known by someone. And he offered me exactly that kind of deep connection. He's been dead for 37 years, and he's still braver than I've ever been."
Sounds like you've got it bad.
"I love him." The words fell out before Piper could stop them. But once they were spoken, she couldn't take them back. Didn't want to. "I love a man who died before I was born. And I don't care how crazy that sounds." "It sounds crazy," Quinn agreed cheerfully, "but you've never been conventional anyway. What's a little necromantic romance between friends?" He's not, Piper sputtered, then gave up. "Okay, fine, it's weird. But it's also the most real thing I've ever felt. And I spent 3 hours trying to edit footage for a video I don't even want to make anymore." "Then don't make it. Your sponsor can find another paranormal debunker. There are dozens of skeptic channels. But there's only one you, Pipes. And there's only one Fletcher who can see you the way he apparently does." Piper looked at the laptop, still closed on the desk. Her sponsorship deadline was in 4 days. She had nothing prepared, no footage edited, no script written. Her entire Halloween special, the video that was supposed to catapult her channel to the next level, was non-existent.
She didn't care. Some things mattered more than career advancement, more than view counts and sponsor deals and maintaining a brand. Some things were worth burning your carefully constructed life down for.
"I need to find him," Piper said, already moving toward the door. "I need to tell him. I don't even know what I need to tell him, but I need to say it." Chapter 13. 1. Chapter 32. Michael Hare. Michael, Chapter 39. Michael Hare Piper. Michael Hare P. Michael Hare P.
Go get your ghost, babe. And Piper, call me later with details. I want to know everything about how this impossibly weird relationship is going to work.
I have no idea how it's going to work.
That's what makes it exciting.
Piper ended the call and shoved her phone in her pocket. Her grandmother's compass hung around her neck, and on impulse, she pulled it out. The needle spun wildly for a moment, then settled, pointing steadily toward the east wing of the inn.
Toward Fletcher.
She'd spent so many years being rational, being skeptical, being the person who demanded proof before belief. But standing here with her grandmother's journals scattered on the bed, and a compass pointing toward a man who'd been dead for 37 years, Piper made a choice. She chose to believe. She chose to trust what she felt instead of what she could prove. She chose Fletcher, however impossible that choice might be.
Her footsteps echoed on the hardwood floors as she moved through the inn.
It was late afternoon, the autumn light slanting golden through the windows. The building felt different now that she understood what it housed. Not a tourist attraction or a location for content, but a home to someone who couldn't leave. "Fletcher!" Her voice carried through the empty hallways. "Fletcher, where are you?"
The compass needle stayed steady, pulling her forward.
Past the dining room, past the guest parlor, toward the east wing she'd barely explored. This part of the inn was quieter, older. The wallpaper faded and the floorboards more worn.
"Fletcher, please."
"I need to talk to you."
A door at the end of the hallway stood ajar,
warm lamplight spilling through the gap. Piper's heart hammered as she approached, the compass now spinning in excited circles. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was clearly Fletcher's, or had been when he was alive. A small bedroom with a writing desk by the window, bookshelves lining the walls, a typewriter sitting on the desk with a half-typed page visible in the carriage. But Fletcher wasn't there. Piper stepped inside, her eyes adjusting to the lamplight. The room felt lived in despite its emptiness, personal in a way the rest of the inn wasn't. Books with cracked spines, a coffee mug with long-dried residue, paper scattered across the desk. Her gaze caught on the typewriter, on the pages stacked beside it. She moved closer, drawn by curiosity and something deeper. The sense that she was seeing into Fletcher's private world, the parts he'd kept hidden. "Dear Piper," her breath caught. It was a letter. To her. In Fletcher's careful typing, each word pressed into the paper with obvious effort. She read, her eyes stinging with fresh tears as Fletcher's confession unfolded across 10 typewritten pages. His death, his sister, his loneliness, his reasons for lying, his love.
"You deserve better than a ghost," he'd written.
"Like hell I do," Piper whispered to the empty room.
She turned back to the hallway, compass in hand.
"Fletcher! Where are you? I know you're here somewhere, please." The building stayed silent, but the compass needle tugged insistently toward the stairs leading up. The 3rd floor. The attic, maybe? Or
The library.
Fletcher had said he loved the library, loved being surrounded by books even when he couldn't turn pages without exhausting himself. Piper ran.
Chapter 10. Fletcher Fletcher's fingers cramped around the pen, translucent knuckles white with effort as he forced another sentence onto the page. The words appeared slowly, like watching invisible ink develop in reverse. First a shadow, then a smudge. Finally, solid letters pressed into the paper through sheer force of will. The lighthouse keeper's daughter stood at the edge of the cliff, watching the storm roll in from the east. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Or what passed for sweat when you were a ghost. Some phantom echo of the physical strain his body would have felt, if it still existed. Every word cost him something. Energy, maybe. Essence. Whatever kept him tethered to this plane of existence. But he had to finish. 37 years of unfinished business, and this was the heart of it. This story. His sister had asked what he was working on during their last phone call, 3 days before the Halloween party, before the fall that ended everything. He'd told her he was almost done, just needed to nail the ending. She'd made him promise to let her read it when it was finished. He'd never kept that promise. Fletcher dipped the pen again, concentration fierce. Dozens of handwritten pages surrounded him on the antique writing desk, scattered across the library table, stacked on the windowsill. The only physical proof that he'd existed at all. Ghosts couldn't type. Not consistently, anyway. The electromagnetic interference made machines unreliable. But a simple pen and paper? With enough focus, enough desperate need, he could manage that. She knew her father wouldn't return. The storm had seen to that. But she would keep the light burning anyway, because that's what keepers did. They held vigil for the lost. His hand flickered, losing opacity. Fletcher gritted his teeth and concentrated harder, pulling himself back into visibility. Just a few more pages. Just finish the damn story, so he could. So he could what? Move on? Leave Piper behind? The thought made his grip falter, ink splotching across the page. Number. He couldn't think about her right now. This was the right thing to do, the selfless thing. She deserved someone who could hold her hand in public, appear in her videos, build a real future with her. Someone alive. The library door burst open with enough force to rattle the windows. Fletcher's head snapped up, guilt flooding through him like ice water. Piper stood in the doorway, face flushed, chest heaving like she'd run the entire way. Her grandmother's compass dangled from her clenched fist, the brass catching the lamplight. Their eyes met across the room, and Fletcher felt like he'd been caught doing something shameful, which he had been, in a way. Trying to complete the task that would set him free, trying to leave her. "I don't care that you're a ghost," Piper announced, her voice fierce and breathless and absolutely certain. "I don't care that this is impossible. You're the first person who's really seen me in years, and I want to try to make this work somehow." Fletcher's heart would have stopped if it could still beat, would have raced, would have done something other than sit motionless in his chest, an organ that had forgotten its purpose decades ago. He stared at her, this brilliant, stubborn, beautiful woman who was throwing away common sense for the sake of something she couldn't even touch. Wonder and terror warred in his chest, making his form flicker at the edges. Piper. His voice came out rough, strangled. The pen trembled in his ghostly grip, dripping ink onto the unfinished page. "You don't understand what you're saying. I'm dead. I can't give you a real life." Her jaw set in that stubborn way he'd come to recognize. The one that meant she'd already made up her mind, and God help anyone who tried to change it. She moved further into the library, her boots solid and real against the floor, in a way his footsteps would never be again. "You're making decisions for me again," she snapped, stopping a few feet from the desk. Her eyes blazed with anger and hurt, and something that looked dangerously like love. "I'm a grown woman. Don't you think I get to decide what constitutes a real life for myself?" Fletcher stood abruptly, the chair scraping back, more memory than substance. The sound oddly hollow. His form flickered with agitation, edges blurring like a television losing signal. "I'm protecting you!" The words burst out louder than he'd intended, echoing off the book-lined walls. "You have a career, a future. People who care about you. I can't ask you to throw that away for someone who's been dead for 37 years. And I can't ask you to condemn yourself to eternal loneliness for my sake." Piper's voice broke on the last word, and Fletcher saw tears beginning to track down her cheeks. She swiped at them angrily, but they kept coming. "Maybe I'm tired of being safe," she continued, her voice shaking but determined. "Maybe I'm tired of hiding behind my camera instead of living my actual life. Maybe for once I want to choose something real, even if it's impossible, instead of settling for something easy and safe, and ultimately empty." Fletcher reached for her instinctively, the way he'd done 1,000 times in his living years, hand extended to comfort, to touch, to connect. His translucent fingers passed through her shoulder without resistance, meeting no flesh, no warmth, no solid proof that either of them existed in the same world. He pulled his hand back as if burned, the physical reminder of their impossible situation hanging between them like a chasm neither could cross. His hand, barely visible, slightly translucent, capable of manifesting on paper but not on skin, hung in the air like an accusation. "Don't you see?" The words came out as a whisper, raw and anguished. Fletcher's form dimmed, flickering like a candle in a draft. "I can't even touch you. I can't hold you when you're sad, can't be there for you in any way that matters. I can't eat dinner with you or meet your friends or show up in a single photograph. What kind of relationship is that?" Piper stared at the space where his hand should have made contact, fresh tears spilling over. Her shoulder bore no mark, no impression, no evidence that he'd tried to reach her at all. The kind where we see each other completely. Her voice was thick with tears but steady with conviction. Where we understand each other's loneliness. Where we choose love even when it's terrifying and impossible and everyone would think we're crazy. Fletcher shook his head, backing away from the desk. "You're not thinking clearly. You're swept up in the impossibility of it, in the novelty. But what about next month? Next year? When you want to attend a wedding with a date who can actually be seen by other people? When you want kids, or travel, or—" "Stop telling me what I want!" Piper's shout startled them both. She pressed her palms against her eyes, shoulders shaking. "You don't get to make this choice for me, Fletcher. You don't get to decide that I'm better off alone just because you're afraid. I've been alone. I know exactly what that feels like. And I'm telling you, I'm choosing this. I'm choosing you." "You shouldn't." Fletcher's voice cracked. His form was flickering rapidly now, destabilizing with the force of his emotions. "You deserve so much better than—" "Than what?" "Than someone who really listens when I talk. Than someone who sees past my channel and my brand to who I actually am. Than someone who makes me laugh and challenges me and looks at me like I'm the most fascinating thing in the world." Well, she stepped closer to the desk, close enough that if he were solid, they'd be almost touching. The compass in her hand spun wildly, needle pointing directly at his chest. "You think being alive is what makes something real?" Piper continued, her voice dropping, but losing none of its intensity. "I've met plenty of living people who were less present than you are. My last boyfriend couldn't have told you my favorite color, or what I wanted to do with my life. But you notice everything. You remember everything. You're more here than most people I know, Fletcher. So don't you dare tell me you're not enough." Fletcher stared at her. This impossible woman standing in a library filled with his unfinished work, defending a relationship that defied every law of nature. "I'm protecting you," he repeated, but the words sounded weaker now, less certain. "I don't need protection. I need you to stop being a martyr and fight for this. Fight for us." "How?" The question burst out of him, frustrated and desperate. "How am I supposed to fight for something when I'm like this? When I'm nothing but—" He gestured at himself, at his translucent hands and fading edges, at the pages scattered across the desk that represented the only way he could prove his existence. "When I'm nothing but a memory that refuses to die." Piper's face crumpled. She set the compass down on the desk with deliberate care, then turned back to him, tears streaming freely now. "You're not nothing," she whispered. "You're Fletcher. You're kind and funny and brilliant. You spent 37 years watching the world change without you, learning, growing, staying curious instead of bitter. You could have given up, could have faded away completely, but you didn't. That takes courage I can't even imagine." "Courage?" Fletcher laughed, the sound bitter. "I've been hiding in this inn for decades. That's not courage, Piper. That's cowardice. You were waiting." She took another step closer, close enough that he could see the individual tears clinging to her lashes. "Maybe you didn't know it, but you were waiting. For someone to see you. For me." Fletcher wanted to believe her so badly it hurt. But the evidence was right there, his hand passing through her shoulder, his lack of reflection in the library windows, the pages covered in his desperate scrawl that might be the last thing he'd ever create. "I was trying to finish," he said quietly, gesturing at the manuscript pages. "My novel. I thought if I completed it, maybe I could finally move on, let go. Stop being such a burden on—" "A burden?" Piper's voice went dangerously quiet. "Is that what you think you are to me? Aren't I?" Fletcher met her eyes, his own burning with unshed tears that would never fall, because ghosts couldn't produce them. "Your sponsor's pulling funding because you can't deliver the Halloween video. Your friend Quinn thinks you're losing your mind. Your entire career is built on exposing frauds, and now you're, what, going to destroy your credibility by claiming you fell in love with an actual ghost?" "Yes." The word hung between them, simple and devastating. "Yes," Fletcher repeated numbly. "Yes, I'm going to destroy my credibility if that's what it takes. Yes, I'll lose sponsors. Yes, everyone will think I've lost my mind. And you know what? I don't care. Because for the first time in 8 years, since my grandmother died, I feel like someone actually sees me. Not my channel, not my brand, not my potential usefulness. Me, Piper. The woman who makes terrible coffee and talks to herself while editing and still sleeps with a nightlight because the dark reminds her too much of being alone." She was close enough now that if he reached out, his hand would pass directly through her heart. The thought made Fletcher ache. "You're asking me to let you sacrifice everything," he said softly. "No, I'm asking you to let me choose my own life. There's a difference." They stood facing each other across an unbridgeable divide. Two people separated by death itself, but connected by something stronger. The manuscript pages lay scattered between them on the desk. 37 years of unfinished business waiting for an ending. Fletcher was no longer sure he wanted to write, because finishing meant leaving, and leaving meant losing this. "I'm scared," Fletcher admitted, the words barely audible. His form flickered again, transparency increasing until the bookshelf behind him showed through his chest. "I'm terrified that I'll hurt you. That loving you will destroy the future you should have. I'm terrified too." Piper's voice matched his in softness, in vulnerability. "I'm terrified this won't work, that you'll fade away completely and I'll be left mourning someone who is already dead. That everyone's right, and I am crazy for even considering this." "Then why?" "You can listen because you're worth the risk." She smiled through her tears, tremulous but genuine. "Because when I'm with you, I'm not afraid anymore. Not of being fooled, not of being vulnerable, not of being seen. You make me brave, Fletcher. How can I not fight for that?" Fletcher's hand shook as he raised it again, holding it between them, translucent, flickering, barely there. Piper lifted her own hand, pressing her palm to the space where his should have made contact. No touch, no warmth. Just the ghost of a connection that should have been impossible. "I love you," he said, the words falling out raw and unplanned. "God help me, Piper, I love you. I've loved you since you walked into this library and started arguing with me about thermal cameras. And that's exactly why I need to let you go." "No." Piper's hand stayed steady in the air between them, pressed against nothing but refusing to move. "That's exactly why you need to stay. Because I love you, too. Because we see each other. Because this, whatever this is real, even if it's impossible." Their first real fight hung in the air around them, words like weapons that had cut them both to the core. But underneath the fear and the hurt and the impossible logistics, something else remained. Something that had survived 37 years of death and a lifetime of loneliness on both sides. The manuscript pages rustled in a breeze that came from nowhere. Fletcher's unfinished ending waiting to be written. But he couldn't look away from Piper, from her tear-stained face and determined eyes, and the hand she kept pressed against the ghost of his palm. Both of them loving enough to want to protect the other. Both too afraid to fully surrender. Both shattered, and more in love than ever. The library settled into silence, broken only by Piper's ragged breathing and the soft tick of the antique clock on the wall, counting down moments that meant everything to one of them, and nothing at all to the other.
Chapter 11. Piper. Saturday morning light filtered through the lace curtains with an aggressive cheerfulness that made Piper want to pull the covers over her head and disappear. Outside, the sounds of festival preparations drifted up from Main Street. Hammers striking wood, voices calling instructions, someone testing a microphone with the inevitable feedback screech.
Halloween.
The 37th anniversary of the night Fletcher Ashworth died.
She pressed her palms against her eyes, willing away the headache that had taken root somewhere around 2 a.m. when she'd finally stopped crying. Their fight played on repeat in her mind, his translucent hand shaking in the air between them, her own pressed against nothing. Both of them loving each other enough to destroy themselves over it. He'd left after that, just flickered out like a faulty light bulb, leaving her alone in the library with his scattered manuscript pages, and the ghost of words that had cut them both to ribbons. I need to let you go. Piper rolled over and stared at the ceiling, tracing the water stain that looked vaguely like a rabbit, or maybe a duck. Her grandmother would have said it looked like both, depending on how you tilted your head. And that was the point. Perspective mattered, but what perspective made loving a ghost anything other than impossible? Her phone buzzed on the nightstand. Quinn, probably, calling for the morning check-in that Piper had been dodging for 2 days. She let it go to voicemail. She couldn't explain this to Quinn, couldn't make her best friend understand that the man Piper loved was dead and determined to stay that way for her own good. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd spent years exposing people who claimed to communicate with the dead, and now she was heartbroken over one who wouldn't let her try. Another hammer strike echoed from outside, followed by children's laughter. The festival was really happening. Life was continuing its relentless forward march while Piper lay in bed, paralyzed by loving someone trapped in amber, forever 31, and stuck in 1987. She forced herself up. Fletcher wanted space? Fine. She'd give it to him, even if it killed her. The camera felt heavier than usual as Piper adjusted the strap across her shoulder. Muscle memory carried her through the familiar motions. Check the battery, verify the settings, frame a test shot. The town square had transformed overnight into an autumn wonderland that would have delighted her under different circumstances. Orange and black bunting draped between lampposts. Scarecrows with painted grins stood sentinel at booth corners. The scent of cinnamon and nutmeg floated thick enough to taste, mixing with wood smoke from someone's early morning fire. Families wandered between vendors in various states of costume. A tiny Spider-Man clutching his mother's hand. A teenager in an elaborate vampire getup helping set up folding chairs. Piper raised her camera and started shooting. It was what she did when everything else failed. Document, record, create a barrier between herself and feeling too much. A woman arranged pumpkin bread on a checkered tablecloth, her practiced hands working with the efficiency of someone who'd done this dozens of times. Click. A father hoisted his daughter onto his shoulders so she could see the banner being hung across the street. Click. Two elderly men in matching flannel shirts argued good-naturedly over the proper way to stack hay bales. Click, click, click. Each shot was perfect. Each shot was empty. She drifted toward the pumpkin carving station, where long tables had been set up with newspapers spread across their surfaces. Children clustered around buckets of tools while parents hovered with the hovering but trying not to hover posture unique to supervising activities involving sharp objects. First time at our Halloween festival? Piper lowered her camera to find an elderly man smiling at her, his weathered face creasing into comfortable lines. He wore a cardigan that had seen better decades and held a thermos of what smelled like extremely strong coffee. "Yeah," she managed. "I'm staying at the Moonridge Inn. Just documenting local traditions." "Ah!" His eyes lit up with recognition as they caught the small inn keychain dangling from her camera bag, a gift from Wren on her first day. "Wren's place. Wonderful woman. You know, I went to school with a boy who used to live there, actually. Fletcher Ashworth." The name fell easily from his lips, casual as discussing the weather. "Terrible thing that happened to him." Piper's breath caught somewhere between her lungs and her throat. "You knew him?" "Oh, sure. We weren't close friends. He was a few years younger, but everyone knew Fletcher. Sweet kid, always helping out." The man took a sip from his thermos, his gaze distant with memory. "Used to tutor kids in math at the library every Thursday. Never charged a dime. Said he just liked helping people understand things that confused them." The image materialized unbidden in Piper's mind. A younger Fletcher, still wearing those terrible sweater vests, patiently explaining equations to frustrated teenagers. The same gentle patience he'd shown her when explaining why he manipulated objects to seem more present. "What happened to him?" Piper asked, even though she knew. She needed to hear it from someone who'd known him alive. The man's expression sobered. "Died right there at the inn. Halloween night, 1987. Fell down those big stairs. Such a shock. He was only 31, had his whole life ahead of him." He shook his head. His sister Margaret was devastated. They were close, you know. She spent years trying to understand why he was even there that night. Piper's hand tightened on her camera. His sister? Passed about 5 years back, poor thing. Never did get answers. The man's voice held genuine sorrow. "Some griefs you just carry, I suppose." Before Piper could respond, a woman in a festival volunteer vest approached with a question about table assignments, and the man excused himself with a friendly nod. Piper stood frozen among the pumpkins and carving tools, her mind racing. Margaret. Fletcher's sister had died, not knowing what happened to him. The town square became a blur of encounters after that, each one adding another brushstroke to the portrait of Fletcher Ashworth that Piper had never seen. The living man, not the ghost. At the apple cider booth, a woman in her 60s smiled when Piper mentioned the inn. "Fletcher Ashworth used to help my mother with her yard work every spring," she said, pouring steaming cider into a paper cup. "Wouldn't take payment. Said he just liked being outside, keeping his hands busy." Mama talked about his kindness right up until she passed. The baker at the pumpkin bread stand remembered Fletcher buying cookies for neighborhood kids. The man running the corn maze recalled Fletcher's terrible jokes that somehow always made you laugh anyway. A retired teacher spoke warmly of the young man who'd helped organize the library's book drives. Each memory was small, seemingly insignificant, but together they painted a picture of someone woven into the fabric of this community. Someone who'd mattered in the quiet, everyday ways that counted most. Someone who'd been loved. Piper found herself at the edge of the festival grounds, watching a mother paint a child's face like a tiger, and felt tears burning behind her eyes. Fletcher had been real. He'd had a life here, connections, people who'd cared about him. And then he'd died, and that life had been cut short, and everyone had just carried on. Because what else could they do? Except they hadn't forgotten. 37 years later,
they still spoke his name with fondness.
Looking for local color for your show? Piper turned to find the town librarian, Mrs. Chen, according to her name tag, carrying a stack of books with the determined grip of someone who'd learned to balance impossibly large loads. Something like that, Piper said. It wasn't entirely a lie. Well, if you want real history, you should check out our genealogy section. We've got records going back to the town's founding. Mrs. Chen adjusted her grip on the books. Though I suppose you've probably heard all the stories about the inn by now. Everyone loves a good ghost tale. Some of them, yeah. Mrs. Chen's expression softened. You know, I knew Fletcher Ashworth. He used to volunteer at the library, reshelving books. She glanced at her armload and smiled ruefully. Would have come in handy today. But he was good company. Quiet, thoughtful. His sister Margaret used to come in after he died, looking through old newspapers, trying to piece together what happened that night. Why? The question escaped before Piper could stop it. I mean, if it was an accident. Chapter 20. 11. Because she needed to understand. He'd been so happy that week, talking about finishing his novel, making plans, and then suddenly he was just gone. No warning, no goodbye. Mrs. Chen's voice carried decades-old sadness. Margaret spent years wondering if she'd missed something, if there were signs. She blamed herself for not being there. Poor thing never got over it. Passed 5 years ago, still carrying that grief. The revelation hit Piper like a physical blow. Fletcher wasn't just trapped by an unfinished novel. He was trapped by being forgotten, by leaving questions unanswered, by the grief he'd inadvertently caused the people who'd loved him most. Margaret had died wondering, never knowing her brother hadn't meant to leave her, never getting to say goodbye. And Fletcher had been stuck here watching it all. Watching his sister search for answers he couldn't give her. Watching her blame herself. Watching her die, still grieving him. Are you all right, dear? Piper realized she was crying. She wiped at her face roughly. Yeah, sorry. That's really sad. It is, Mrs. Chen shifted her books, but the town's always looked after his memory. Wren especially. She makes sure people remember Fletcher kindly, keeps his story from becoming just another sensational ghost tale. She paused, studying Piper with sharp librarian eyes that missed nothing. Between you and me, I think that's why she's so particular about who she talks to regarding the inn's history. She's protective of the people who've passed through there. The subtext was clear. Be careful how you tell this story. I will, Piper promised. I'll be respectful. Mrs. Chen nodded, apparently satisfied, and continued on her way. Piper stood among the festival chaos, her mind working through implications at lightning speed. The town knew. Not the full truth, maybe, but they understood something had happened at that inn. And instead of sensationalizing it, instead of turning Fletcher's death into entertainment, they'd chosen to protect his memory. They'd loved him enough to keep loving him, even in death. Piper abandoned the festival. The library's genealogy section occupied a quiet corner on the second floor, away from the children's area and its cheerful chaos. Piper had spent enough time in research archives to know her way around public records, but she'd never worked with this kind of urgency before. Her hands shook as she logged into the library computer. Her investigative skills, honed from years of exposing frauds, finally focused on something that mattered more than views or sponsorships or her reputation. This was for Fletcher. This was for love. Margaret Ashworth had married a man named David Merrick in 1985. Piper found the marriage certificate easily enough, then traced forward through birth records. One daughter, Clara Margaret Merrick, born in 1970, which would make her 54 now. Old enough to remember the uncle who disappeared from her childhood on Halloween night, 1987. Young enough to still be looking for answers. Piper switched to social media, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Clara Merrick wasn't a common name, and adding Vermont to the search narrowed it further. There, a Facebook profile with limited privacy settings showing a woman with Fletcher's smile and kind eyes. Elementary school teacher in Burlington, 2 hours away. Piper's heart hammered as she copied the email address from Clara's professional website. What was she doing? This was insane. She was going to email a complete stranger and say what exactly? Hi, I'm in love with your dead uncle's ghost, and I think you can help him find peace. But the alternative was watching Fletcher fade away. Watching him choose to leave because he thought it was better for her. And Piper had spent too many years protecting herself from being hurt to make that mistake again. She opened a new email and started typing. Dear Miss Merrick, my name is Piper Reeves, and I'm currently researching the history of the Moonridge Inn for a documentary project. In the course of my research, I've learned about your uncle, Fletcher Ashworth, who passed away at the inn in 1987. Piper paused, choosing her next words carefully. I've uncovered some information about the circumstances of that night that I believe might bring closure to questions your family has had for many years. I know this is an unusual request, but if you would be willing to meet with me, I think I can provide some answers about what happened to your uncle. I understand if this brings up painful memories, and I want to assure you that my intention is not to cause harm or to sensationalize a tragedy. I simply believe that some truths deserve to be known, especially by the people who loved those we've lost. If you're willing to speak with me, I'm staying at the Moonridge Inn through the end of the week. I can also travel to meet you at your convenience. Respectfully, Piper Reeves. She attached her professional credentials, her YouTube channel, her journalism background, anything that would make her seem legitimate rather than like a crackpot with a ghost story. Then she hit send before she could second-guess herself. The email whooshed away into the digital ether. Piper sat back in the chair, her heart racing. What had she just done? Around her, the library hummed with quiet weekend activity. A couple of teenagers studied at a nearby table. An elderly man browsed the mystery section. Normal life, continuing its relentless forward march. And somewhere at the inn, Fletcher was probably trying to finish his manuscript, trying to complete his unfinished business so he could let her go. Piper's phone buzzed. She jumped, then laughed at herself when it was just Quinn again. But when she checked her email, Clara Merrick had already responded. Ms. Reeves, I've thought about my uncle every day for 37 years. I was 17 when he died, and I never understood what happened. My mother, his sister, spent the rest of her life wondering if she could have prevented it somehow. If you truly have information about that night, I need to know. I can be at the Moonridge Inn tomorrow afternoon. Would 2 p.m. work? Thank you for reaching out. Clara Merrick. Tomorrow. Clara would be here tomorrow. Piper typed a quick confirmation, her hands trembling. Then she sat in the quiet library corner, surrounded by records of births and deaths and marriages and all the ways people left their marks on the world, and tried to figure out what the hell she was going to tell Fletcher. The walk back to the inn felt longer than usual. The festival had reached full swing. Music drifted from the square. Children's laughter echoed between buildings. The whole town celebrating Halloween with innocent joy. No one else knew they were commemorating the anniversary of Fletcher Ashworth's death. Or maybe they did know, and that was why they celebrated. To honor life in the face of loss. To remember someone beloved by choosing joy over grief. Piper's grandmother would have liked that. She'd always said the best way to honor the dead was to live fully in their memory. The inn came into view, its Victorian architecture glowing warm gold in the afternoon light. Piper's steps slowed as she approached the front porch. Was Fletcher inside? Was he working on his manuscript, trying to finish it so he could leave her? The thought made her chest ache. She pushed through the front door and nearly collided with Wren, who was arranging autumn flowers in a vase on the registration desk. "Oh, good, you're back." Wren's eyes were kind but knowing. "He's been moping around the library all day. Won't talk to anyone." "Wren, I need to tell you something." The older woman set down the flowers and gave Piper her full attention. "All right, I found Fletcher's niece. Clara. His sister Margaret's daughter." The words tumbled out. "I emailed her and she's coming here tomorrow. I thought maybe if Fletcher could talk to her, if he could give her the closure she needs, and maybe receive some himself, it might help. With whatever's keeping him here." Wren was quiet for a long moment. Then a slow smile spread across her face. "You're quite clever, aren't you?" "I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if it'll help him move on or if it'll—" Piper couldn't finish the sentence. "If it'll make him stay. But you're trying anyway." Wren touched Piper's shoulder gently. "That's what love is, dear. Trying anyway, even when you're scared." "How long have you known?" "About Fletcher?" "Since I bought this place in 1995. The previous owner told me, made me promise to watch over him." Wren's expression turned distant with memory. He was so alone then. Didn't think anyone could see him at all. It took years before he'd even try talking to me, and I could only catch glimpses, hear whispers. You're the first person who's seen him fully since he died. Why me? I don't know. Maybe your gift? Maybe timing? Maybe... Wren smiled. "Maybe because you were meant to find each other." Piper wiped at her eyes, refusing to let the tears fall. "He's going to be furious that I went behind his back." "Probably. But he'll also understand why you did it." Wren picked up her flowers again. "Now go talk to him before he drives himself mad with noble self-sacrifice. Men are so dramatic about that sort of thing." Despite everything, Piper laughed. She found Fletcher exactly where Wren had said, in the library, surrounded by manuscript pages that covered nearly every surface. He sat at the desk, translucent in the late afternoon light, his pen moving across paper with the focused intensity of someone trying to outrun their thoughts. He looked up when she entered, and the hope that flashed across his face before he could hide it nearly broke her. "Piper." Her name came out rough, uncertain. I thought you were giving me space." "I was. I am. But I need to tell you something first." She crossed to stand on the other side of the desk, the manuscript pages like a sea between them. "Your niece Clara is coming here tomorrow." Fletcher's pen clattered to the desk. "What?" She was done. "What?" I found her. I emailed her. She's been wondering about you for 37 years, Fletcher. She never knew what happened, never got to say goodbye. Your sister Margaret died 5 years ago, still carrying that grief, still blaming herself. Piper's voice shook, but she pushed on. You've been so focused on your unfinished novel, but that's not what's keeping you here. It's the unfinished goodbyes. It's being forgotten before anyone was ready to let you go. You had no right. I had every right. I love you, which means I get to fight for you, even when you're too stubborn to fight for yourself. The words exploded out of her. You want to protect me by leaving? Fine. But you owe it to Clara to give her closure. You owe it to yourself to let someone from your actual life remember you fully. Fletcher stood, his form flickering with emotion. This isn't your choice to make. And it's not yours to make for me. We're supposed to be a team, remember? We're supposed to see each other. Piper was crying now, properly crying, and she didn't care. So see this? See me refusing to let you martyr yourself. See me believing we can figure this out together. See me loving you enough to do the scary thing.
They stared at each other across the manuscript-strewn desk, both breathing hard, both terrified and angry and desperately, impossibly in love. "She's coming tomorrow," Piper repeated, quieter now. 2 p.m. And you're going to talk to her, even if you hate me for arranging it. Because some stories deserve endings, Fletcher. And some people deserve the truth. Then she turned and walked out, before he could respond, before her courage failed, leaving him alone with his unfinished novel and the terrifying possibility of a finished goodbye.
Chapter 12. Fletcher stared at the manuscript pages scattered across the desk, each one a physical weight he'd paid for in exhaustion. His form kept flickering at the edges, transparent to solid to transparent again, like a candle flame fighting wind. Finishing the novel had taken everything he had, every ounce of ghostly energy he could muster to hold the pen steady enough to form words. The story was done. Finally done, after 37 years of false starts and abandoned chapters and endless nights of nothing to do but write. And somehow, it felt completely meaningless without anyone to read it. The library door burst open. Piper stood framed in the doorway, her laptop clutched against her chest like armor, tears streaming down her face and catching the light. She was breathing hard, like she'd been running, her hair escaping its ponytail in wild curls. "I found her." The words tumbled out breathless and urgent. "I found Margaret's daughter, your niece, Clara." "She never knew what happened to you, Fletcher. She's been wondering about her mysterious uncle her whole life." His form flickered so violently he nearly lost cohesion entirely. The library swam in and out of focus as panic and hope and disbelief crashed through him in waves that made it impossible to maintain any kind of solidity. "Clara?" His voice came out wrong, too high, too shocked. "Margaret's little girl? But she was just 17 when He couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't say died, couldn't make himself acknowledge that Clara had grown up without him, that she'd lived an entire life while he'd been stuck in this building, counting the decades like a prisoner marking prison walls. Piper crossed the room quickly, carefully navigating around the manuscript pages, and set her laptop on the one clear corner of the desk. Her hands were shaking as she turned the screen toward him. "Read it," she said softly. Fletcher leaned forward, his ghostly form casting no shadow on the illuminated screen. Clara's email filled the display, and he read each word with growing wonder that felt like drowning and flying simultaneously. "Dear Piper, thank you for reaching out about my uncle. I honestly never expected to hear anything about Fletcher Ashworth again. He's been a family ghost story, pardon the expression, my entire life. My mother Margaret rarely spoke about him. When I was little and found old family photos, she'd carefully explain who everyone was, except for one young man who appeared in several pictures from the early 1980s. If I asked, she'd change the subject. Eventually, I learned not to ask. It wasn't until I was in college that an aunt finally told me. Fletcher was my mother's younger brother. He disappeared in 1987 during a trip to Vermont. No body was ever found. No answers given. Just gone, like he'd stepped out of existence. My mother spent years searching, hiring investigators, following every lead. She never forgave herself for not being with him that weekend. She passed away 5 years ago, still carrying that grief. Her last words to me were, "Tell Fletcher I'm sorry I couldn't find him." So yes, I would very much like to know what happened to my uncle. Whatever information you have, I'm ready to hear it. I owe him, and my mother, that much. I can drive up tomorrow, Halloween, appropriately enough. Would 2 p.m. work? Sincerely, Clara Merrick. Fletcher couldn't breathe. Didn't need to breathe. Hadn't needed to in 37 years, but the absence of air felt crushing anyway. Margaret had searched for him, had spent years trying to find him, hiring investigators, following leads to nowhere because there was nowhere to find, except this building, this prison of unfinished business and isolation. And she died thinking he'd abandoned her, thinking it was somehow her fault. "No," he whispered. "No, no, no." Margaret, I'm sorry. I didn't leave you on purpose. I never meant for you to...
Fletcher!
Piper's voice cut through his spiral gently. She's coming tomorrow. On Halloween. I told her someone at the inn has information about what happened to you. She deserves to know you didn't just abandon your family. He looked up at her, his vision blurring not with tears, ghosts couldn't cry, but with something that felt worse. Some anguish that had no physical release. You did this for me? The words came out broken. Even after our fight? Even when I was trying to push you away? Even though Piper, I was trying to leave. I was trying to do the right thing and let you go. I know. She was still crying, tears tracking down her cheeks, unchecked. And I decided you were being an idiot about it. Despite everything, he laughed. It came out choked and wet-sounding, even though he had no tears to shed. An idiot? ... A noble, self-sacrificing, incredibly frustrating idiot. Piper pulled up her glasses to wipe at her eyes. You don't get to decide what's best for me, Fletcher. You don't get to protect me from my own choices. If I want to love a ghost, that's my decision to make. You're going to regret this. Maybe. Probably. But it'll be my regret, not yours. She took a shaky breath and reached for the laptop again. And speaking of regrets I'm choosing to make, she clicked through to her YouTube channel and turned the screen toward him again. Her latest video post sat at the top of the page, uploaded just hours ago. The thumbnail showed her face close to the camera, vulnerable and uncertain, in a way he'd never seen in her professional content. The title read, "Sometimes the most real things can't be captured on camera." Fletcher's form flickered with confusion. What? Watch, Piper said quietly. She pressed play, and her recorded voice filled the library. Hi, everyone. This isn't the video I planned to make. It's not the Halloween special my sponsor expected, and it's probably going to cost me everything I've built over the past 3 years. But I can't keep lying to you, or to myself, about what matters. On screen, Piper took a visible breath before continuing. I came to the Moonridge Inn to debunk a haunting. I came here ready to expose another fake, another fraud preying on people's grief and hope. And instead, I found something real. Something I can't explain, can't prove, can't capture on any of my equipment. Something that's changed how I see everything. This channel started because I wanted to protect people from being fooled. My grandmother lost everything to a fake medium, and I swore no one else would fall for supernatural scams if I could help it. But somewhere along the way, I stopped protecting people and started hiding. I hid behind my skepticism, behind my camera, behind this persona of someone who had all the answers. The truth is, I don't have answers. I have questions. I have experiences I can't explain. And I have connections that matter more than my reputation or my subscriber count or any sponsorship deal. The video Piper paused, looked directly into the camera and smiled, sad and genuine and braver than Fletcher had ever seen her. So I'm done debunking for a while. I'm done pretending certainty about mysteries I haven't lived. Maybe that means you'll unsubscribe. Maybe that means I'll lose everything I've worked for. But I'd rather lose my career than lose my integrity. I'd rather be authentic and broke than successful and hollow. Thank you for following me this far. I hope some of you will stick around for whatever comes next. And if not, I understand. Everyone has to choose what they can believe in. The video ended. Fletcher stared at the screen in horror as the view counter ticked upward, but the comments section filled with confusion and anger. What happened to the real Piper? Did someone hack her account? Unsubscribed. I came here for skepticism, not New Age nonsense. This is such a betrayal of everything she stood for. Piper scrolled down, her expression carefully neutral, but he could see the micro-flinches as she read each critical comment. The subscriber count in the corner of the screen was dropping, not dramatically, but steadily. One by one, people were leaving. My sponsorship is gone, Piper admitted, scrolling through what looked like increasingly angry emails from someone named Marcus. Quick Trip pulled their funding within an hour of the video going live. Marcus, my business partner, sent 17 emails explaining exactly how I've destroyed our brand credibility. The last one said he's consulting lawyers about breach of contract. She said it flatly, like reading a grocery list, but her hands were shaking on the laptop keyboard. Fletcher stared at her, his form flickering between solid panic and transparent horror. Piper, you've destroyed everything you built. Your career, your reputation, all for someone who can't even hold your hand. All for a ghost who's probably going to disappear tomorrow when he gets the closure he needs. You've thrown away your entire life for nothing. You're wrong. She said it so fiercely that he actually stepped back, his form rippling with the force of her conviction. You've given me more in 5 days than I've felt in years. Piper moved closer to him, even though they couldn't touch, even though the space between them remained insurmountable. You've made me brave enough to be vulnerable, to stop hiding behind my camera, and start living my actual life. You've shown me what it means to be truly seen by someone, to be known completely and loved anyway. Her voice broke unloved, but she didn't look away. Everything I built was hollow, Fletcher. It was successful and popular and completely empty, because I was hiding the whole time. Hiding from grief, from connection, from anything that might hurt me, the way losing my parents and grandmother hurt. She pulled off her glasses to wipe at her eyes again. You didn't destroy my life. You gave me permission to actually start living it. By ruining your career? By teaching me that authenticity matters more than audience approval. By showing me that some connections are worth protecting, even when they don't make rational sense. She laughed wetly. My grandmother would have loved you, you know. She always believed I'd find my gift again if I stopped running from it. Fletcher wanted to touch her so badly it physically ached, which shouldn't have been possible for a ghost, but somehow was anyway. He wanted to pull her close, wipe away her tears, hold her until the shaking stopped. Instead, he could only stand there, solid enough to be seen, but not solid enough to matter. I don't deserve this, he said quietly. I don't deserve you throwing everything away for me. Well, too bad. I already did it. Piper set her laptop aside and moved to sit in the armchair near the window, curling up with her knees against her chest in a way that made her look younger, more vulnerable. Tell me about Margaret. What was she like? The subject change threw him, but he followed her lead. Slowly, carefully, he told her about his sister, brilliant Margaret, who'd wanted to be a lawyer, who'd argued with their parents about everything, who'd sent him letters at college covered in stickers and terrible jokes. Margaret, who'd been his best friend despite the age gap, who'd believed in his writing when everyone else thought it was a waste of time. She was getting married, Fletcher said, his voice distant with memory. That summer after I died, or should have died, I guess, would have died properly if I hadn't gotten stuck here. She was marrying Tom Merrick in August, and she wanted me to be there. Wanted me to read something at the ceremony, something I'd written. Did you finish it? The reading? No, I meant to write it that weekend. I came to the inn to work on my novel, but I was going to write her reading too. Something about love and partnership and... He laughed bitterly. Something profound about commitment from the guy who was too afraid to commit to any of his relationships because he was saving himself for his art. You were 31. You had time. Until I didn't. Fletcher looked at the manuscript pages covering the desk. 37 years to finish the novel, and I never wrote her reading. Never got to tell her how happy I was for her, how much I believed in her future. She went to her wedding without me, and never knew why I wasn't there. Piper was quiet for a long moment, just watching him with those hazel eyes that saw too much. You can tell Clara, she finally said. You can tell her everything you wanted to say to Margaret. That's not the same, I know, but it's something. It's a kind of ending. What if seeing Clara lets me move on? The question came out smaller than he intended. What if getting that closure means I disappear and leave you here alone after you've sacrificed everything? Then I'll be sad. I'll grieve. I'll probably eat an entire pizza by myself and cry into my cat's fur, if I get a cat, which I've been thinking about. Piper smiled through her tears. But I'll also be glad I knew you. Glad I loved you. Glad I chose something real over something safe. Fletcher crossed to where she sat and lowered himself to the floor beside her chair, as close as he could get without touching. They sat together in the quiet library, surrounded by his finished manuscript and her destroyed career. Two people who'd found each other across impossible barriers and decided connection mattered more than sense. "Tell me about your dreams," he said softly. "The ones you haven't told anyone. The ones you're afraid to say out loud." So she did. She told him about wanting to write a book about her grandmother, about the real stories of grief and hope that drove people to seek supernatural answers. She told him about wanting to visit every haunted location in New England, not to debunk them, but to understand them, to listen to the stories behind the legends. She told him about wanting a home that felt permanent, about wanting to belong somewhere after years of moving through spaces without settling. "I want someone to know all of me," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "The skeptic and the believer, the professional and the person. All the contradictory, messy pieces. I want to stop performing and just exist." "I know all of you," Fletcher said, "and I love all of you. Every contradictory, messy, brilliant piece. I know. That's why this is so hard." She looked at him with devastating honesty. "Because you see me completely, and I can't even hold your hand." They sat in that truth together, not trying to fix it or explain it away, just acknowledging the impossible situation they'd stumbled into. Outside the library windows, the moon climbed higher. Fletcher could feel midnight approaching with the same certainty he'd felt every Halloween for 37 years. That pull toward the anniversary of his death, that thinning of the veil between worlds. "It's Halloween," he said as the clock struck 12. "Officially. 37 years ago right now, I was getting ready for a party downstairs, putting on this ridiculous sweater vest that I thought made me look like a serious writer, thinking about my novel, about Margaret's wedding, about all the time I thought I had stretching ahead of me. Were you scared when you fell?" "Terrified and confused. I didn't understand what was happening. One minute, I was at the top of the stairs holding a drink. The next, I was falling and everything went dark. When I woke up, I was standing in the hallway watching paramedics load my body into an ambulance. I tried to talk to them, tried to explain I was right there, but no one could hear me." Piper's breath hitched with suppressed tears. "I watched my own funeral," Fletcher continued quietly. "Stood in the back of the church while Margaret sobbed through her eulogy. Tried so hard to reach her, to tell her I was sorry, but I was invisible. Less than invisible. I was a ghost, shouting into the void with no one to hear." "You're not invisible anymore." "No." He looked at her with wonder that hadn't faded even slightly despite everything. "No, I'm not. For 5 days I've been seen, really seen. And even if tomorrow everything changes, even if Clara's visit gives me whatever closure I need to move on, I'll have had this. I'll have had you." They spent the rest of the night talking quietly about small things and large things and everything in between. Piper told him about her first camera, about learning to develop film in her grandmother's basement. Fletcher told her about his first published story in a literary magazine, about his mother's proud tears when she saw his name in print. They shared fears and hopes and memories, the space between them charged with love they couldn't physically express, but could feel in every word, every glance, every moment of understanding. As the hours passed and dawn approached, they watched the moon track across the sky through the library windows, both knowing tomorrow would change everything, but choosing to hold on to this moment of perfect connection, despite all the impossible barriers between them. The moon set. The sky lightened to gray, then pink, then gold. Halloween morning arrived quiet and inevitable as fate. carrying with it the promise of endings and the terror of goodbyes.
Chapter 13. Piper. Halloween morning broke crisp and golden over Moonridge, the maple trees ablaze with autumn fire that made the whole town look like it had been dipped in warm honey. Piper stood at the library window watching the driveway, her fingers wrapped around her grandmother's compass, which still pointed stubbornly toward the spot where Fletcher paced behind her. She'd barely slept. Neither had he, though sleep wasn't exactly something ghosts required. They'd talked through the night, Fletcher's nervousness building with each passing hour until now, as morning light streamed through the leaded glass windows, he was practically vibrating with anxiety. What if this doesn't work? He asked for the 7th time. What if seeing Clara doesn't change anything? What if I'm stuck here forever, knowing she's out there, but unable to... Fletcher. Piper turned from the window. Breathe. Don't technically need to breathe. Then pretend. For me. He stopped pacing and met her eyes. And Piper's heart stuttered the way it always did when he looked at her like that. Like she was something miraculous instead of just a woman with a failing YouTube channel and a tendency to talk to ghosts. Except this morning, he looked different. More translucent than she'd ever seen him. His edges slightly blurred as if the universe was already starting to erase him. The burgundy sweater vest she'd come to associate with his presence seemed faded, like a photograph left too long in the sun. "Are you okay?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. "Terrified," he admitted. "What if I disappear before I can tell you?" "Don't." The word came out sharper than she'd intended. "Don't say goodbye yet. We still have time." A silver Honda Civic turned into the driveway, tires crunching on fallen leaves, and Piper's heart launched itself into her throat. She watched a woman emerge from the driver's side, mid-50s with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, wearing jeans and a cream-colored cardigan that looked hand-knitted. Even from this distance, Piper could see Fletcher's eyes staring out from her face, that same startling blue that had captivated Piper from their first meeting. The woman, Clara, stood for a moment looking up at the inn, her expression unreadable. Then she reached into the back seat and pulled out a worn leather satchel that looked like it had survived decades of careful use. "She has my eyes," Fletcher whispered, his voice thick with emotion Piper had never heard from him before. "God, she looks just like Margaret did at that age. The way she stands, the way she tilts her head when she's thinking." Piper wanted to reach for his hand, to offer comfort, but her fingers would only pass through his. So she did what she could. She stood close enough that he'd know she was there, solid and real, beside his fading form. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. Wren's gentle voice murmured something Piper couldn't make out, and Clara's softer reply. Then the library door opened, and Wren ushered Clara Merrick into the room with the kind of knowing smile that suggested she understood far more about this meeting than she'd ever let on. "Piper Reeves?" Clara asked, her voice warm but nervous. "I'm Clara. Thank you so much for reaching out. I've been wondering about Uncle Fletcher for my whole life, and when you said someone had information..." She trailed off, her gaze sweeping the library, sweeping right through Fletcher's frozen form, as she focused entirely on Piper with an expression of anxious hope. Fletcher made a sound like a wounded animal. "She can't see me." "Of course she can't. I'm only here for you, somehow, and I thought maybe family would be different, but..." "Clara," Piper interrupted gently, moving forward to shake the other woman's hand. Clara's grip was firm, grounding. "I'm so glad you could come. Please, sit down. This is going to sound absolutely impossible, but I need you to hear me out." Clara settled into one of the leather armchairs, clutching her satchel like a lifeline. Up close, the family resemblance was even more striking. She had Fletcher's smile, his laugh lines, even the way he'd gesture when he was nervous. Fletcher stood beside her chair,
staring down at his niece with such longing that Piper had to look away before she started crying too soon. "I don't know how else to say this," Piper began, pulling her own chair close enough that she could look Clara in the eyes. "Your Uncle Fletcher didn't abandon you. He didn't run away or disappear on purpose. He's been here, at the inn, this whole time. And he wants you to understand what really happened." Clara blinked. "I don't understand. Do you have records? A diary or something?" "Better than that." Piper took a deep breath, feeling Fletcher's presence like electricity against her skin. "Clara, this is going to sound completely insane, but I need you to trust me. Fletcher is here, right now, in this room. He's standing next to your chair, and he's been trapped here as a ghost for 37 years. The words hung in the air like crystallized breath on a winter morning. Impossible. Fragile. True. Clara's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Confusion, skepticism, concern that Piper might be unhinged. But she didn't stand up. Didn't leave. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, her knuckles white where they gripped her satchel. "I know how it sounds," Piper continued quickly. "I'm a paranormal investigator. Or, I was. I mostly debunked frauds. And I would never have believed this myself except I can see him. I can hear him. And he has things he needs to tell you. Things only he would know." "Tell me something then," Clara said, her voice wavering between hope and fear. "Something only Uncle Fletcher would know." Fletcher moved to kneel beside his niece's chair, his translucent form casting no shadow. "Tell her about the tree," he said urgently. "Behind her mother's house, there was an oak tree, where I carved both their initials when Margaret was 7 and I was 12. I told her it meant we'd always be family, no matter what. She used to check every summer to make sure it was still there." Piper relayed his words, watching Clara's face crumple. "The tree house," Clara whispered. "Mom told me about that. She said Uncle Fletcher built it for her. Said he promised they'd always be family." "He never broke that promise," Piper said softly. "He's been trying to keep it from the moment he died." Fletcher's voice cracked as he spoke, decades of grief pouring out in a torrent. "Tell her it was an accident." Halloween night, 1987. I was at a party here. The inn used to host these elaborate Halloween celebrations. Someone rang the doorbell, trick-or-treaters probably, and I was closest to the stairs. I had a drink in my hand, wasn't watching my feet carefully enough. The carpet at the top of the main staircase had a corner that always curled up. I'd meant to fix it, had reminded Wren's predecessor about it a dozen times. I caught my boot on that damn corner and went down head first. Piper's voice shook as she translated his words. Clara had started crying silently, tears tracking down her face. "It happened so fast," Piper continued, Fletcher's anguish bleeding into her own voice. "One second, he was thinking about finishing his novel, about your mother's wedding the next spring, about all the time he thought he had. The next second, he was falling, and then everything went dark. When he woke up, he was already dead. Already a ghost, watching paramedics carry his body away." "He says it wasn't anyone's fault," Piper added, watching Fletcher gesture emphatically. "Especially not abandonment. He never wanted to leave you and Margaret. He loved you both more than words could express. And he's so sorry." Her voice broke. "He's so sorry you had to grow up with questions instead of answers." Clara was openly sobbing now, her shoulders shaking. "Mom never got over it. She thought maybe he'd been drinking too much, or maybe he'd been in trouble and ran away. She blamed herself for not checking on him more, for letting their last conversation be an argument about whether he was spending too much time on his writing instead of finding a real job. She died thinking he'd left because she'd made him feel like a failure.
Fletcher made a sound of pure anguish. No. God, no, Margaret thought. All this time she thought I chose to leave? She does. He never felt like a failure, Piper told Clara urgently. Your mother's opinion mattered so much to him. He was planning to dedicate his novel to her. He wanted to make her proud. The novel, Clara said suddenly, fumbling with her satchel. Mom gave me these before she died. She said maybe someday someone would want to finish Uncle Fletcher's story. She pulled out yellowed manuscript pages, the paper brittle with age, but the typing still clear. Piper recognized the distinctive font of an old typewriter, the occasional handwritten edit in margin. Fletcher's handwriting, she knew instinctively, though she'd only ever seen him write with library pens. Fletcher stared at the pages as Clara spread them across the library table, his ghostly hands hovering above them like he was afraid to touch something so solid and real. You kept them, he whispered. All these years, you kept my words. The manuscript pages showed the beginning of a novel, something about family and memory and the stories people tell themselves about who they are. Piper could see the promise in it, the spark of real talent struggling to emerge. She could also see the careful way Clara had preserved them, protected them, honored them. He's so grateful you kept his words, Piper told Clara, who was running her fingers reverently over the yellowed paper. It means more than you could possibly know. Having family remember him with love instead of anger or confusion, that's everything. That's what he needed. Clara looked up, her tear-stained face suddenly determined. Tell him I'm going to make sure people know his story. The real story. I teach elementary school. I could talk about him to my students, about the writer uncle who died too young but left beautiful words behind. I could try to get his work published, even if it's just in a small journal somewhere. I could make sure he's remembered. Something fundamental shifted in Fletcher's form as Clara spoke. Piper watched in wonder as the translucent quality that had worried her all morning seemed to solidify slightly. Or maybe it was the opposite. Maybe he was becoming even less substantial, but somehow more present, more at peace. Light gathered around him, not the warm golden sunshine streaming through the windows, but something else. Something that seemed to come from within. That's all I ever wanted, Fletcher said, his voice filled with wonder. To be remembered. To have mattered. To know my words lived on even after I was gone. Piper translated, and Clara nodded fiercely. You mattered, Uncle Fletcher. You still matter. I promise I'll make sure of it. Piper. They talked for another hour, Clara asking questions, Piper relaying Fletcher's answers, the three of them weaving together a story that had been incomplete for 37 years. Clara shared photos from her phone. Her mother Margaret at various ages, always with that slight sadness in her eyes that Fletcher recognized immediately. Clara's own children, Fletcher's great-nieces and great-nephew, who would now know their great-uncle hadn't simply vanished into thin air. Finally, Clara glanced at her watch and sighed. I should get back. My daughter's watching the kids, and I promised I'd be home before dinner. She stood, gathering the manuscript pages carefully back into her satchel. But I'll come back. If that's okay. I have more questions, and I want to learn everything about him. Of course, Piper said, standing as well. She caught Rin's eye. The older woman had been sitting quietly in the corner this whole time, bearing witness, and saw understanding there. Clara turned toward where Fletcher stood, even though she couldn't see him. Uncle Fletcher, wherever you are, thank you. Thank you for not really leaving. Thank you for wanting me to know the truth. She paused, then added with a watery smile, and thank you for having terrible taste in sweater vests.
Mom always said you dressed like a librarian trying to be cool.
Fletcher laughed, the sound bright and genuine. She wasn't wrong. Piper walked Clara to the door, and the other woman pulled her into a fierce embrace.
"Thank you," Clara whispered against Piper's shoulder. "Thank you for giving me my uncle back. I know this sounds crazy, but I can feel that he's here. I can feel that he's at peace."
"He is," Piper promised, "or he's getting there." She watched Clara's Honda disappear down the driveway, autumn leaves swirling in its wake. When she turned back, Fletcher was standing in the middle of the library, bathed in that strange inner light that seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment.
"I can feel it," he said quietly, wonder and terror mixing in his voice. "Something's changing. The pull toward whatever comes next. It's getting stronger, now that Clara knows the truth. Now that she'll make sure I'm remembered." Piper's heart plummeted even as she forced herself to smile. "That's good. That's what you needed."
Piper?
No. She held up a hand. "Let me say this first. I'm glad Clara came. I'm glad you got closure. I'm glad you're finally going to find peace after 37 years of being trapped here. I'm glad for all of it, even though it's killing me."
The light around Fletcher pulsed brighter, and Piper could swear she saw through him to the bookshelves behind, as if he was already starting to fade into whatever came after death.
They had run out of time.
Chapter 14. Fletcher watched Clara's Honda disappear around the bend, her taillights winking through the trees like fireflies, and felt something fundamental shift inside him. Not painful, nothing like the bone-shattering impact of his death, but rather like a cord that had been stretched taut for 37 years, suddenly beginning to loosen. His chest felt light, expansive, as if he were breathing deeply for the first time in decades, despite having no need for breath. He looked down at his hands. They were translucent. Not the faint shimmer he'd grown accustomed to over the years, the slight see-through quality that most people never noticed, but genuinely transparent. He could see the grain of the wooden floorboards through his palms, could watch dust motes floating through the space where his fingers should be solid. "It's starting," he said, his voice emerging with an echo he'd never had before, like speaking into a vast empty chamber. Wonder and terror braided together in his chest, pulling tight. I can feel myself being called somewhere else. Meeting Clara, knowing I'm remembered with love. I think it's what I needed to let go. Piper's face went white, and he watched her swallow hard. She nodded once, sharp and decisive, then straightened her shoulders, the way she did when facing down something that scared her. He'd seen her do it dozens of times over the past week, but never had he loved her more for it than in this moment. "Then let's not waste time standing in the library," she said, her voice only slightly shaky. "Show me your favorite places. Walk with me." They moved through the inn together, Fletcher leading the way through familiar hallways he'd wandered for decades. In the music room, he showed her where he used to play piano during parties. Wren's grandmother had hosted magnificent gatherings in the 80s, all champagne and laughter and records spinning on the turntable. His fingers passed through the piano keys when he tried to play, but he hummed the melody of Harvest Moon, and Piper picked it out on the keys, note by halting note. In the kitchen, he pointed out the scar on the counter where he'd dropped a pot of boiling water the night before the Halloween party that killed him. "I was trying to impress a girl by making pasta from scratch," he admitted. "Burned my hand, ruined the counter, and she ended up dating my roommate anyway." Liz. Piper laughed wetly, wiping at her eyes. "Sounds like you were bad at this even when you were alive." "Terrible," he agreed. "Absolutely hopeless at romance. And yet, here we are." They climbed the main staircase, the one that had killed him, though Fletcher had long since made peace with those particular steps, and emerged onto the second-floor landing. Through the window he could see the grounds spreading out in autumn glory, the garden gone to seed, the stone pathway winding toward the woods, the massive oak tree that marked the edge of his range. "Come on," he said, heading for the back door. "There's one more place." Outside, the October air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of wood smoke from somewhere in town. Halloween decorations adorned the inn's exterior. Jack-o'-lanterns on the porch, cornstalks tied to the posts, a wreath of autumn leaves on the door. Fletcher had watched Wren put them up days ago, had wanted to help, but couldn't lift anything heavier than paper. His feet made no sound on the gravel path. They never had. Piper's boots crunched beside him, a comforting reminder of life and solidity and the physical world he'd been denied for so long. They walked in silence through the garden, past the riot of mums and asters still blooming despite the cold nights, past the stone bench where he'd sat countless times watching seasons turn. The woods beckoned ahead, the oak tree standing sentinel at their edge. Fletcher's form flickered as they approached it, solid, translucent, solid again, like a candle flame guttering in the wind. The sensation in his chest grew stronger, that gentle, insistent tugging like a tide pulling at the shore. "Come home," it seemed to whisper. "Come rest. Come be at peace." "This is as far as I can go," he said, stopping beneath the oak's spreading branches. "There's a boundary, an invisible fence. I've tried to cross it thousands of times over the years, but something always stops me. The inn is my territory, my haunt. Beyond this tree," he gestured toward the woods, their depths already shadowed as the sun began its descent. "Beyond this, I don't exist." Piper looked up at the oak, her hand resting on its rough bark. The tree was ancient, probably older than the inn itself. Its branches spread wide enough to shade half the garden in summer. Now, with most of its leaves fallen, it looked like a skeleton reaching toward the sky. "Tell me," she said quietly, sinking down to sit against the trunk. "Tell me about before, about the dreams you had when you were alive." Fletcher settled beside her, close enough that he could imagine he felt her warmth. His form flickered again, more transparent than before, but he forced himself to focus. If these were his last hours, he wanted to spend them here, with her. "I wanted to be a writer," he said, the words coming easily after years of silence. Not just someone who wrote, but a real novelist, the kind people read decades later and think, this person understood something true about being human. "I had this whole plan, finish the novel I was working on, get it published, use any money I made to travel the world. I wanted to write in cafes in Paris, libraries in London, beach huts in Thailand. I wanted to collect stories from everywhere and weave them into something beautiful." He paused, watching the light shift through the branches above. "I thought writing would make me immortal, in a way. Not literally. I knew I'd die someday. Everyone does. But immortal in print. People would read my words long after I was gone. And in reading them, they'd know me. I'd matter. I'd be remembered." "You are remembered," Piper said fiercely. "Clara's going to make sure of it. She'll publish your work, tell people your story." "I know," Fletcher smiled at her, feeling the pull in his chest grow stronger as his form flickered again. "And that's why I can let go. Because I got what I needed. Not fame, not immortality. Just the knowledge that I mattered to someone, that my words will live on, that I wasn't just forgotten, erased from existence like I never happened." He looked at her, this woman who had stumbled into his afterlife and turned it upside down, and felt his heart, his spectral, impossible heart, overflow with love. "But I never dreamed I'd find you. Someone who saw me completely, ghost and all, and didn't run screaming. Someone who made me feel alive again, even though I'm not." Piper ducked her head, tears sliding down her cheeks. "I never dreamed I'd find you either. I spent so long building walls, keeping everyone at arm's length. After my parents died, after my grandmother was scammed and we lost everything, I decided it was safer to stay behind the camera, document other people's stories, expose their frauds, never let anyone close enough to hurt me." She wiped at her eyes with the heel of her hand, smearing mascara across her temple. "I told myself I was protecting people by debunking fake mediums and ghost hunters, and maybe I was, a little.
but mostly I was protecting myself. If I could prove everything paranormal was fake, then I didn't have to face the possibility that my grandmother's gift was real, that I inherited it, that I might actually be able to see and hear things other people can't.
You can, Fletcher said softly. You did. You saw me when no one else could. I know. She turned to look at him, her hazel eyes bright with tears. And it terrified me. You terrified me. Not because you're a ghost, but because you made me feel things I'd convinced myself I was better off without. Connection, vulnerability, hope, love. The word hung between them, luminous and fragile as Fletcher's increasingly transparent form. If I had been alive, Fletcher said, watching the sun sink lower toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, I would have loved you properly, taken you to bookstores and spent hours browsing together, bought you coffee and learned exactly how you like it, held your hand during scary movies, even though you'd pretend you weren't scared. I would have been there for every ordinary moment, grocery shopping and lazy Sundays and watching you work on your videos. I would have kissed you good night and good morning, and for no reason at all except that I wanted to. His voice broke slightly on the last words, and he had to pause, gathering himself. I would have had a body that could hold you when you cried, hands that could weave through your hair, lips that could taste your smile. I would have grown old with you, built a life with you, given you everything I had to give. Piper was crying openly now, not bothering to wipe the tears away. If you had been alive, she said, her voice thick with emotion, I probably would have been too scared to let you close. I would have found reasons to push you away, convinced myself you were too good to be true, run before I could get hurt. Maybe we needed the impossible to find each other. Maybe some love exists outside the rules of time and physics. She reached toward him, her hand hovering in the space where his should be. He tried to reach back, tried to imagine he could feel the warmth of her skin, the delicate bones of her fingers. For a moment, just one perfect, impossible moment, he thought he felt the ghost of sensation, the memory of touch. Maybe the universe gave us exactly what we needed, Piper continued. A love with an expiration date, so I couldn't run from it. A connection so impossible, I had to choose it consciously. Couldn't just fall into it by accident. Maybe we were meant to teach each other something. What did I teach you? Fletcher asked, genuinely curious. She smiled through her tears. That being seen completely, every broken, scared, hopeful part, is worth any risk, even heartbreak, especially heartbreak, if it means you really lived first. The sun touched the horizon, and Fletcher's form pulsed with sudden brilliance. He looked down at himself and saw light radiating from his chest, his hands, the edges of his being. Not the golden autumn sunlight filtering through the oak's branches, but something else entirely, something that came from within, or perhaps from beyond. The tugging sensation in his chest intensified, became an insistent pull like a rope around his ribs, drawing him towards something he couldn't see but could feel. Peace. Rest. Whatever came after this long, strange, liminal existence. It's getting stronger, he said, his voice already sounding distant to his own ears. I can feel it pulling me. It's time. I know. Piper stood, brushing leaves from her jeans with shaking hands. Come on, let's get you inside. You should, her voice cracked. You should be in the library. With your books, with your words. They walked back through the garden together, Fletcher's form flickering more rapidly now, solid for seconds at a time before dissolving into shimmer. The inn rose before them, warm light spilling from its windows, welcoming and familiar. Home, or what had passed for home these 37 years. Wren was waiting on the porch, her silver hair catching the last light of day. She looked at Fletcher with knowing eyes and nodded once, a silent acknowledgement of what was coming. He nodded back, grateful beyond words for her quiet acceptance all these years, her willingness to share her inn with a ghost she pretended not to see. Inside, the library was bathed in the warm glow of table lamps Piper must have turned on earlier. Books lined every wall, their spines creating a patchwork of colors and stories. Thousands of voices speaking across time. Writers who'd achieved the immortality Fletcher had once craved. His manuscript pages still lay on the desk where he'd left them, covered in his own handwriting. Decades of work, his unfinished story, the novel that would now be completed by someone else. Clara would find the right person to help, he was certain. She'd make sure his words lived on. The light inside him grew brighter as the sun sank below the horizon. 7:15. The exact moment he'd tumbled down the stairs 37 years ago, breaking his neck on the landing. The moment everything had changed. "Piper?" he said, turning to face her. She stood in the doorway, backlit by the hallway lights, and he tried to memorize everything about her. The curve of her cheek, the way her curls escaped their ponytail, the fierce intelligence in her eyes, the set of her jaw that said she was holding herself together through sheer will. "I love you," he said simply. "You saved me from being forgotten, from fading into nothing. You made me real again. In all these years of watching the world change around me, invisible and unheard, I never felt as alive as I did this past week with you." She crossed the room in 3 strides, stopping so close he could count the tears on her eyelashes. "I love you too," she whispered. "You saved me from hiding. You taught me that connection matters more than protection, that being vulnerable is braver than being safe. You showed me that some things are worth believing in, even when they're impossible." Her hand reached toward him one last time, and he reached back, their palms nearly touching in the space between living and dead. For just a moment, one perfect, sacred moment, he would have sworn he felt her warmth, felt the press of skin against skin, felt truly alive. Then the sun dropped below the horizon completely, and the world tilted. Fletcher felt his consciousness expanding, stretching beyond the library walls for the first time in 37 years. The invisible fence that had kept him tethered to the inn dissolved like morning mist, and suddenly he could feel everything. The town beyond, the mountains rising in the distance, the vast curved arc of the sky above. He was no longer confined to these rooms, these walls, this small pocket of existence. The pull in his chest became irresistible, gentle but inexorable, and Fletcher let himself surrender to it. The light radiating from his being grew brilliant, too bright to look at directly, and he felt himself dissolving into it like sugar into tea. Through the brightness, he saw Piper clearly, one last time. Her face wet with tears, her hand still extended toward where he'd been, her expression equal parts grief and wonder. She was so beautiful, so perfectly, impossibly alive. "Thank you," he managed to say, though his voice was wind and light and already somewhere else. "Thank you for seeing me." "Always," Piper whispered. "I'll always see you." Then the light consumed him completely, and Fletcher Ashworth let go of the inn, the library, the physical world he'd clung to for decades. His consciousness fragmented into 1,000 brilliant pieces that danced for a moment in the library air, spinning, swirling, beautiful and terrible and free. Piper watched through her tears as the golden light performed its final dance. Motes of brilliance that moved with intention and grace, drawing patterns in the air that might have been words or might have been goodbye. The light smelled like autumn leaves and wood smoke, like old books and new rain, like every beautiful thing the world had to offer. Then, as gently as a candle being extinguished by a soft breath, the light faded. Fletcher was gone. The library felt immediately emptier, as if the air itself had thinned. Piper stood alone among the books and shadows, one hand still extended toward nothing, her heart breaking and mending and breaking again in her chest. But beneath the grief, woven through it like golden thread, was something else. Peace, wonder, gratitude for having witnessed something sacred, a soul trapped for 37 years, finally finding release, finally moving toward whatever came next. She had loved a ghost, and he had loved her back, And maybe that was all anyone ever really needed, to love and be loved completely, even if only for a week, even if it ended in goodbye. The scent of autumn leaves lingered in the library long after the light faded, a reminder that some presences never truly leave. They just transform into something new. Memory, story, the warm weight of love that transcends even death itself. Piper lowered her hand and pressed it to her chest, feeling her heart beat steady and strong beneath her palm. She was alive. She was seen. She was forever changed. And somewhere beyond this world, she knew, Fletcher Ashworth was finally at peace.
Epilogue. Snow had arrived in Vermont like a whispered secret, dusting the Moonridge Inn's windowsills with powder-soft white that caught the late November light and turned it into something magical. Piper sat in the library, her library now really, though she'd never say that out loud, editing footage on her laptop while the world outside transformed into a snow globe scene. On her screen, an elderly woman dabbed at tears with a handkerchief embroidered with violets. "I just needed to know he wasn't angry," she was saying, her voice wavering but steady. "That he understood why I couldn't keep the farm after he passed." Piper's fingers moved across the keyboard, cutting and splicing with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing this for years. But the approach was entirely different now. Where she once would have assembled evidence to debunk, to expose, to reveal the fraud beneath the claim, she now built something else entirely. Bridges between grief and peace, between the living and their need for closure with the dead. The video wouldn't prove anything. It wouldn't show dramatic footage of ghostly apparitions or moving objects. Instead, it captured something quieter and more powerful. The moment when a family found permission to let go. When guilt transformed into acceptance. When love proved stronger than the boundaries between this world and whatever came next. Her subscriber count had tripled since Halloween. The algorithm gods had smiled upon her revelation video, the one where she'd stood in this very library and admitted to her audience that she'd fallen in love with a ghost, that everything she'd believed about the paranormal had been wrong, that sometimes the impossible was simply true. She'd expected the comment section to eviscerate her. Professional suicide, Quinn had warned gently. Career over in a single upload. Instead, the response had been overwhelming. Messages flooded her inbox from people who'd lost loved ones, who'd experienced things they couldn't explain, who'd been too afraid to speak about their own encounters with the impossible for fear of ridicule. Her authenticity, raw, vulnerable, unfiltered, had resonated in ways her skeptical debunking never had. The irony wasn't lost on her. She'd spent years building an audience by tearing down belief, and had finally found her true calling by embracing it instead. Piper saved her edits and stretched, her gaze drifting to the antique writing desk positioned near the window. Clara's carefully preserved manuscript pages were spread across its surface, though now they were accompanied by something new, a publisher's letter on crisp letterhead, the words "enthusiastically accept" and "spring publication" visible even from across the room. She crossed to the desk and picked up the letter, unable to suppress her smile. The In-Between Worlds, a novel by Fletcher Ashworth, would hit bookstore shelves in April. His words, drafted in stolen moments between shifts at the inn in 1987, abandoned when he died on those Halloween stairs, would finally reach readers 37 years late, but right on time. Clara had cried when Piper called with the news. "He was always writing in that journal," she'd said, her voice thick with memory, "scribbling away whenever he thought no one was looking." Mom used to tease him about it, said he'd be famous someday. God, she'd be so happy to know she was right. The novel was good. Better than good, actually. Fletcher had possessed a gift for capturing the ache of longing, the bittersweet beauty of loving things that couldn't last. Reading it had felt like having him back for a little while,
his voice clear and warm in every carefully crafted sentence. Piper traced her fingers across the manuscript's title page, remembering Fletcher hunched over these very papers, pen in hand, creating worlds even as he remained trapped in this one. "You did it," she whispered to the empty air. "You're going to be published." As passed, the library didn't answer, but then again, she didn't expect it to. Fletcher was gone, truly gone, moved on to whatever came after this world. She'd felt his absence like a physical thing in the days following Halloween, the inn suddenly lacking a warmth she hadn't consciously registered until it vanished. But grief, she'd learned, wasn't a simple thing. It could coexist with joy, with gratitude, with the deep certainty that she'd been fundamentally changed by loving and losing him. A soft knock at the doorframe made her turn. Wren stood there in her favorite flowing cardigan, this one a deep burgundy that complemented her silver hair, carrying a tea tray with the good china cups reserved for special occasions or people Wren particularly liked. "Thought you might need this," Wren said, crossing to set the tray on the low table near the window seat. The scent of chamomile and honey filled the library, warm and soothing. "You've been at that editing for 3 hours straight. Your eyes will cross." Piper abandoned the manuscript to accept the offered cup, settling into the window seat with practiced ease. This spot had become hers over the past month, the place where she worked, where she thought, where she occasionally cried when missing Fletcher became too sharp to ignore. "Quinn called while you were in the zone," Wren continued, lowering herself into the armchair across from Piper with a contented sigh. Her silver rings caught the light as she wrapped both hands around her own teacup. "They'll be here Thursday morning for Thanksgiving dinner. I've already prepared the guest room with the good quilts, the ones with the wedding ring pattern that they admired last time." Warmth bloomed in Piper's chest, the kind that had nothing to do with the tea. "They're driving all the way from Boston just for dinner? Huh. They're driving all the way from Boston because they miss you and because I make excellent stuffing," Wren corrected, her gray eyes twinkling with amusement. "Also, Quinn specifically requested I make that cranberry orange bread again. Apparently they've been dreaming about it." Piper laughed, the sound surprised out of her. A month ago, hell, 3 months ago, the idea of hosting Thanksgiving dinner at an inn in Vermont, surrounded by people who'd become family, would have seemed impossible. She'd spent every Thanksgiving since her grandmother's death eating takeout Chinese food alone in her apartment, telling herself she preferred it that way, but nothing about her life resembled that lonely existence anymore. The author's suite, the room where she'd first stayed as a skeptical investigator determined to expose the inn's haunting, had officially become her permanent residence. Her lease in Boston had ended, her belongings condensed into what could fit in the suite's generous closets and storage spaces. The Moonridge Inn was home now, her base of operations for the new direction her channel had taken. She traveled still, but differently. Instead of hunting for frauds to expose, she now helped families seeking closure with their own impossible losses. A daughter who needed to know her father forgave her. A husband seeking permission to move forward after his wife's death. A mother hoping for one last message from the son she'd lost too young. Piper didn't promise ghosts or miraculous communications. She couldn't manufacture Fletcher's gift. Whatever had allowed him to remain had been unique, rare, a confluence of circumstances she still didn't fully understand. But she discovered her own gift in the process, the ability to hold space for grief, to listen deeply, to help people find peace whether or not spirits actually appeared. Sometimes they did. Sometimes Piper would feel that familiar warmth, see shadows that shouldn't exist, hear whispers in empty rooms. Her grandmother's compass, always in her camera bag now, would spin wildly, confirming what her newly opened senses already knew. The boundary between life and death was thinner than she'd believed, and love had a way of reaching across it. "I rented a car for next week," Piper said, pulling her attention back to Wren and the present moment.
There's a widow in Montpelier who thinks her husband visits their garden. She reached out after watching my Halloween video.
Wren's expression softened. The veteran with the roses?
You saw that message too?
Dear, I see all your messages. Someone has to make sure you're not getting yourself into trouble. Wren sipped her tea primly, but her eyes danced with affection. Though I must say you've developed quite good instincts for distinguishing genuine grief from attention-seeking nonsense. It was true. Piper had worried initially that her new approach would attract every conspiracy theorist and attention-hungry fraud in North America, but she'd developed a screening process that filtered out most of the noise. She looked for sincerity in the messages, for genuine pain rather than performative grief. She asked questions that revealed whether people wanted closure or spectacle. The widow with the roses had written simply, "I don't know if he's really there or if I'm going crazy, but either way, I'd like to understand." Your video made me think, maybe it's okay not to have all the answers. That had been enough.
I think this one's real, Piper admitted, warming her hands on the teacup.
Outside, the snow had intensified, fat flakes drifting past the window in lazy spirals. Something about the way she wrote, the specificity of details. She's not trying to convince me of anything. She just wants permission to believe what she's experiencing.
Then you'll help her find it.
Wren's voice carried absolute certainty, the kind that came from decades of witnessing the world's quiet miracles. You're good at this, Piper. Better than you were at debunking, and you were excellent at that.
The compliment settled warm in Piper's chest.
She'd been terrified initially that abandoning her skeptic persona would mean abandoning everything she'd built. But Wren was right. This work suited her in ways the debunking never had. She was helping people instead of humiliating them, building connections instead of tearing them down. And maybe, in some small way, she was honoring Fletcher's memory by approaching the paranormal with the same open-hearted kindness he'd shown her. As if summoned by the thought, Piper felt something shift in the library's atmosphere. A subtle change in temperature. A sense of presence that made her shoulders relax instead of tense. Not Fletcher appearing. Not the way he had when he was trapped here. This was gentler, more diffuse. Like the memory of warmth rather than warmth itself. She'd felt it before, in quiet moments when she was working, or thinking, or simply existing in the space he'd occupied for 37 years. Sometimes she convinced herself it was imagination, wishful thinking. The human brain's desperate attempt to find patterns where none existed. But her grandmother's compass told a different story. The antique silver piece hung from Piper's camera bag, which rested on the floor beside the window seat. Since Halloween night, since Fletcher had finally moved on, the compass had pointed steadily north, behaving exactly as a normal compass should after years of spinning wildly in his presence. Except now, as Piper watched, the needle began to move, not wildly, not with the frantic energy it had displayed when Fletcher was present as a ghost. Instead, it turned slowly, deliberately, with absolute certainty of purpose. It spun through east, through south, through west, and finally settled pointing directly at Piper herself, at her heart. Piper's breath caught. She set down her teacup carefully, not wanting to break whatever spell was occurring, and reached for the compass. The metal was warm in her palm, warmer than it should have been from simply resting near her bag. Understanding flooded through her with perfect clarity, the kind of bone-deep knowing that transcended logic or proof. Love doesn't end with death. It just transforms into something else, something that can't be measured or photographed, but is no less real for its invisibility. Fletcher wasn't trapped here anymore, wasn't lingering as a ghost, unable to move forward. He'd found peace, had crossed over into whatever came next. But the love between them, that connection forged in one impossible week, existed beyond the boundaries of life and death. woven into the fabric of who they'd become. She'd changed him by seeing him, by giving him closure and love and the chance to be remembered. He'd changed her by teaching her vulnerability, by showing her that some things were worth believing in even when they defied explanation. That transformation was permanent, eternal, built into the architecture of their souls. "Thank you," Piper whispered to the library air, her voice thick with emotion, but steady. "Thank you for everything." The warmth around her shoulders intensified for just a moment, a brief, beautiful pressure that felt impossibly like an embrace, and then faded back to normal room temperature. The compass needle swung back to north and held steady. Wren said nothing, but when Piper looked up, the older woman's expression was knowing and gentle. She'd witnessed this dance before, Piper realized, had probably felt her own version of it in the decades she'd owned this inn, watching over Fletcher's spirit and countless guests who carried their own invisible griefs and impossible loves. "He found peace," Piper said, needing to say it aloud. "He's not trapped anymore." "No, dear. He's free." Wren smiled, the expression carrying decades of wisdom. But love like that doesn't just disappear. It becomes part of the landscape, woven into places and people. You carry him forward now, in your work, in your heart, in the way you approach the world. Before Piper could respond, Quinn's voice echoed from the inn's foyer, bright and familiar and wonderfully alive. "Where's my ghost-whispering best friend?" "I come bearing pie and an expectation of emotional reunion." Laughter burst from Piper's chest, genuine and surprised. She set the compass down carefully and practically leaped from the window seat, abandoning her tea to rush toward the front of the inn. Quinn stood in the foyer shaking snow from their blue-streaked hair, a bakery box balanced in their arms and a grin splitting their face. They wore a vintage coat covered in enamel pins and Doc Martens that had seen better days, looking exactly like themselves and exactly perfect. "You're early," Piper accused, even as she pulled them into a fierce hug, careful not to crush whatever pie they'd brought. "Wren said Thursday." "I lied," Quinn said cheerfully, returning the embrace with equal enthusiasm. "Figured you could use the company early. Plus, I wanted first dibs on the good bedroom before the Thanksgiving rush." "There is no Thanksgiving rush. It's just going to be us." "Even better." Quinn pulled back, studying Piper's face with the intensity of someone who'd known her for years and could read every micro-expression. "You look good. Like, actually good. Not, I'm fine good while secretly falling apart." It was true. Piper could feel the difference in herself. The way her shoulders sat lower, more relaxed. The way her smile came easier, reaching her eyes instead of stopping at her mouth. The way she'd stopped performing for an invisible audience and started simply living. "I am good," she said, surprised by how much she meant it. "I'm really, actually good." She was alive. She was authentic. She was visible to herself and to the people who mattered. No longer hiding behind her camera or her skepticism or the walls she'd built to protect herself from being hurt. Fletcher had taught her that love, real love, the kind that transformed you, required vulnerability, required opening yourself to impossible things and letting them change you even when you couldn't control the outcome. She'd loved him completely for one perfect week, and he'd loved her back. And maybe that was enough. Maybe that was everything. Wren appeared from the kitchen, already bustling with purpose, wiping her hands on an apron embroidered with autumn leaves. "Quinn Park, you're 3 days early and I haven't even started the turkey prep." "Relax, I'm here to help." Quinn hoisted the bakery box triumphantly. "I brought pie and moral support. Plus, Piper needs someone to remind her to eat actual food instead of surviving on chamomile tea and investigative adrenaline. /time. "I eat food," Piper protested weakly. "You eat granola bars while editing and call it dinner. That's food."
Wren paused, mid-bustle, to squeeze Piper's shoulder, her touch warm and grounding. "You know, dear, I always suspected you'd stay. The inn has a way of keeping the people who belong here, living or otherwise." The words settled into Piper's chest like a benediction. She belonged here. Not trapped like Fletcher had been, but choosing this place, this life, this authentic version of herself she'd finally found the courage to become. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, probably another message from someone seeking help, seeking closure, seeking permission to believe in the impossible. She'd check it later. Right now, she wanted to be present for this moment. Quinn's laughter, Wren's knowing smile, the snow falling softly outside and the warmth of home surrounding her. She'd survived loss before, her parents, her grandmother, the comfortable skepticism that had defined her for so long. She'd survived losing Fletcher, too, though that grief still caught her sometimes in quiet moments, sudden and sharp. But survival wasn't the same as living. And for the first time in years, maybe in her entire life, Piper Reeves was truly, fully alive. Later, after Quinn had been installed in their room and Wren had returned to her kitchen with promises of an early Thanksgiving feast, Piper returned to the library. Her laptop waited, patient and glowing, the widow's message about her garden still open on the screen. She pulled up a new document and began planning her next investigation. Not to debunk or expose, but to help, to listen, to hold space for grief and love, and the possibility that connection transcended even death itself. Outside the library windows, the first real snowfall of winter continued its gentle descent, transforming the Vermont landscape into something pristine and new. Inside, surrounded by Fletcher's soon-to-be-published novel, Quinn's familiar laughter drifting from upstairs, and Wren's contented humming from the kitchen, Piper typed her opening questions for the widow in Montpelier. Her grandmother's compass rested beside the laptop, pointing steadily north, but carrying the memory of what it had pointed to just an hour before. Her own heart, where love lived on in transformed but eternal ways. Piper smiled and kept typing, her heart open to whatever impossible things might find her next.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at wynnvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.